What's going on, folks? Top of the morning. DG47 Arms. What's going on, folks? Top of the morning. Y'all know what this is. Hit the like button and subscribe when you get into the live stream. Let's see.
Welcome back to Midas Defense. I'm Chris Goldsmith, Army combat veteran and executive producer of Hellcats. Leadership is ultimately about responsibility for human lives. That responsibility becomes clearest in moments of crisis, when decisions made in Washington determine who is sent into danger, who's protected by the government, and who is treated as expendable. Right now, the Trump administration is failing that test at home and abroad. The United States is once again escalating its war in Iran without a clear strategy of ending it. President Trump keeps saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open when ships are being shot at and blown up. Then he says that it's not just Iran, but the U.S. that's going to be collecting tolls. And he keeps blaming our allies, saying that cleaning up his mess of a war is everyone else's job but his. Meanwhile, American forces have again resumed strikes and a naval blockade. Commercial shipping has slowed to a fraction of its pre-war levels. Rising energy costs are reaching families not just in the U.S., but around the world. Now,
Mackenzie, what it do? What it do? Yes, we are definitely back, babe. I was just talking about you yesterday. I was talking about you every goddamn day. Welcome back. Let me mod you up right now.
Congress has already directed the president to end this war or seek authorization. He has done neither. Here at home, the administration's mass deportation campaign is producing its own mounting human cost. In Houston, an ICE agent shot and killed a father of three. In Maine, ICE murdered a man in front of his 3-year-old. In Florida, a 28-year-old man was struck and killed by a tractor trailer while fleeing ICE. And frankly, it doesn't matter what these victims' immigration or citizenship status was, because capital murder by masked thugs on the streets of the United States is always unacceptable. These are not abstract policy debates. These are people with families, communities, and futures that cannot be restored once they're gone. Good leadership recognizes the value of every human life.
Missed you, babe. Glad you're back. And, man, we just getting going. So, my last 10 have had huge audiences. And I think the people still want to hear what we got to say.
Man's discipline before force, accountability after failure, and the moral courage to accept responsibility for the consequences of your decisions. In this episode of Hellcats, Marine Corps veteran Maura Sullivan and Navy veteran Rebecca Bennett discuss the people who shaped their understandings of leadership, the lessons they carried from military service, and how becoming parents changed the way that they think about responsibility, not only to the people they lead, but to the next generation. If you believe that leadership should still mean accountability, service, and respect for human life, subscribe to Midas Defense, follow Hellcats wherever you get your podcasts, and share this episode. Here's Maura and Rebecca.
Look at this crippled bastard. He doesn't deserve to be called a beast. Tiger!
We are back at war with Iran. I cannot say that this is shocking. It's disappointing, but it's not shocking. And Rebecca, why don't you dive in? Would love to hear your thoughts on the latest developments, what we think this means for the Middle East. What does it mean for the security of the global community? And what does it mean for our domestic economy?
Yeah, I mean, I will just say the thing that I found the most frankly insulting about the entire kind of recent developments of this is Trump basically saying, oh, the 60-day clock reset, which I just think is absolute bullshit. And here's the thing. We have been operating under the 2001 authorization of use of military force. So this is not something that is new under this president, although he certainly brought it to be more extreme than I think previous presidents have been. But I quite frankly think this is because of a lack of moral courage from our elected officials that serve in Congress, because the very bare minimum we should be asking our elected officials to do is to vote on whether or not we are going to go put America's sons and daughters in harm's way. And I think that people are scared to take a vote because of what happened after people voting for the Iraq War. And so this is why I think it's incredibly important we have military service members and veterans that understand the stakes and are going to hold this administration accountable, but really understand the stakes we're talking about. I mean, to your point, I think we're up to 14 service members that we've lost now in the line of duty from this war. And this is directly impacting all of us here at home as well. I mean, Donald Trump ran on no more forever wars and lowering the cost of living. He's doing the exact opposite.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the AUMF, and I think that's a really terrific place to start. Of course, this is so deeply personal to those of us in the Iraq-Afghanistan generation who have served overseas. And it is unthinkable that members of Congress would not take an up or down vote on this. And I think you're right. Some of them are not pushing for it because they don't want to have to take the vote. And to us, you know, that is one of the most solemn and consequential votes that a member of Congress takes. And we have lived what happened when people didn't take that seriously or didn't take it seriously enough or didn't ask the right questions. And, you know, something I talk a lot about is a member of Congress better be able to take that vote and then go home and look their constituents in the eye and explain to them why they sent their sons, daughters, husbands, wives, look at young kids, their mothers, fathers, into an armed conflict, you know, in this case, in the Middle East. And if you can't look your constituents in the eye and explain why you took that vote, then you shouldn't take the vote in the first place. But members of Congress have to be able to do that, not just because it's the right thing to do, but it's also, as we know, the law, according to Article 1, Section 8. Well, speaking of the executive branch, let's talk about our least favorite cabinet secretary, Push-Up Pete. You can't even say his name without laughing. He's such a caricature of himself. But let's talk about his latest press briefing at the Pentagon, which he so rarely does. But any thoughts that you had on observing his briefing?
Yeah, I mean, anytime I watch him speak, it literally just makes my skin crawl and my blood boil. And at the one part of the beginning part, he said, well, you know, I had this speech where I brought all the military leaders in. It's like, yeah, no, I remember. I mean, you have this incredibly experienced group of military leaders that have decades of experience for each one of them. And you got up there and you just mansplained to them for an hour. I mean, it was an embarrassment. And I will say one of the things that I remember about that incredibly insulting speech is he talked about the 1990 rule, which basically said anything after 1990 should be brought into question. And women weren't allowed to serve on combat ships in the Navy until 1994. And so what he is saying is clearly that he does not think women and people of color should be able to serve in the military. And so I think he is just an absolute disgrace to the office that he holds. And to your point earlier, he should know better because he did serve in the military during Iraq and Afghanistan. And so he should absolutely know better. And instead he's choosing to cosplay this role, this incredibly important job for what? Political gain? I don't really even know what he's after, but I think just again.
Well, in my opinion, he's moving like a person who's not going to be here for long. Smash that like button.
He's a disgrace to the office that he holds.
Such a disgrace to the office. One of the things that, you know, I hear from fellow veterans, particularly of our generation, who, you know, were served in the Middle East is, I actually heard this recently from a fellow Iraq War veteran, which was, you know, when you are downrange or you're flying, you know, through the Straits of Hormuz as you did, and you're on a convoy in the Iraq War, nobody is focused on what you look like, where you're from, who you love, what your religion is. It's just, are you competent? And do you have my back? And do I have yours? And his lack of focus on what actually makes the United States military the most lethal fighting force in the entire world fundamentally makes our country less safe.
Want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code NEMESIS to claim the epic Akemtum.
If I was diagnosed with kidney disease, this is what I would do immediately. Having now read the four-page response that the Department of Justice and Todd Blanche gave to Judge Emmett Sullivan in Katie Fang's case against the DOJ for violation of the Epstein File Transparency Act, having now read it, I don't think Judge Sullivan is going to be very happy. In fact, I think he's going to be quite upset. And I know what happens when federal judges in black robes get really upset with a party. And it's not going to be a good look for the Department of Justice or Todd Blanche, especially as we're in the midst of the Block the Blanche movement to stop him from being Attorney General. Who did he pick to file the paper? Who did he pick as his lawyer? The number 2 in the Department of Justice, Stan Woodward. And where did Stan Woodward come from? Stan Woodward came out of the woodwork to as a Jan 6th criminal defense lawyer and the lawyer for the co-defendant for Donald Trump in the Mar-a-Lago case, who was prosecuted by Jack Smith, a guy named Walt Nauta, who was Donald Trump's butler and body man. That's Stan Woodward. So I'm not surprised. I was never overly impressed with the lawyering of Stan Woodward, but now, given the opportunity to get the last word in to avoid sanctions by a federal judge, this ain't going to do it. We're going to post it in Legal AF Substack for you as well. I'm Michael Popok. You're here on Midas Touch and Legal AF. Let's get to this breaking news story. How did we get here? Katie Fang, friend of ours and on the Midas Touch Network, filed a lawsuit as a working journalist, claiming she had standing for informational harm, standing in for the rest of us, to argue that the Epstein File Transparency Act and the Administrative Procedures Act have been violated by Todd Blanche for his failure to turn over documents properly. You remember Todd Blanche. That's the guy that went begrudgingly to meet with victims and survivors of Epstein in order to try to get a vote from Senator Tom Tillis, and it backfired spectacularly on him. So that Todd Blanche has to answer the questions. There were 5 major categories of documents that needed to be addressed in their filings. 1, where is the email related to the sex torture video that was not properly produced in the production? Where are the handwritten notes concerning the FBI 302 witness statements concerning a woman who was a 13-year-old girl when she claims that Donald Trump sexually abused her? Where are the notes? Where's the redaction log that was required by the statute to be produced? You know, the 200,000 pages of missing documents, blacked out documents. Where is the log cataloging why they were blacked out and the basis for doing that? Where are the foreign language documents? None of this was produced at any time ever in the case. In fact, I had Katie Fang's lead lawyer, LinkBelow, Public Integrity Project, on with me recently to talk about him seeking a $1,000 a day fine against Todd Blanche for those violations. Let's play a clip of Brendan.
If y'all don't know, Todd Blanche is in fucking trouble. Big trouble. Smash that like button.
And me. Is that in the judge's order?
Let's make sure we get these likes up, man. Let's run these likes up to like 10. Help me out, folks. Let's bring more attention to the live stream, more attention to the situation at hand.
Incredible. I mean, and let me just back up 10 steps here. All of this is due to Katie Fang, having courage to bring this suit. And I think she was really smart and really focusing on some of these specific categories where, it's just so obvious that the government's breaking the law here.
Shout out to Katie Fang.
And I mean, I'll focus on the first one you mentioned, which, maybe doesn't sound super important, but it really is. And I think it goes to the Department of Justice's lawlessness right now, which is these foreign language documents. Again, like you said, this is a international investigation spanning multiple countries and decades. The Department of Justice just said categorically, we don't review documents that aren't in English, which is pretty shocking.
Which, by the way, just right there, I am sure that is not true in any other criminal investigation that they're involved with. Could you imagine in another international criminal case that they were investigating, they hit a box of documents that were in foreign language? I can't figure it out.
I mean, it's like, think about, if you've worked in criminal law, like if you've got Brady obligations to disclose exculpatory information, that constitutional obligation doesn't go away just because it's in a different language. Like you risk losing your license with some of these sorts.
I realize how fucking ridiculous that sounds. They don't view documents that aren't in English. Translated. What the fuck?
Things. Anyways, judge ordered them to produce these foreign language documents, and the Department of Justice's response was just incredible. They said, look, Judge, we told Congress that we weren't going to follow this part of the law, and Congress didn't do anything.
Seem to be okay with it.
And it's like, that's not how any law works. You just by saying that you're going to break the law doesn't make it legal. If I went to, if I told city council, hey, I'm going to rob this bodega next week, that doesn't make it legal when I do it. And it's the same reasoning here. So I was frankly kind of shocked that they even bothered to make that kind of argument. And I would be very surprised if it holds water. With Judge Sullivan.
Now, Todd Blanche got all wrapped around his axle during his confirmation hearing as well. Let's just play one clip of him trying to answer why he's not meeting with Epstein survivors and about the production. Play the clip.
When President Trump signed the Epstein Transparency Act, the Department of Justice undertook a Herculean task to review millions and millions of potentially responsive files. We were required under the statute to do this expeditiously and very quickly. The Department of Justice did so. We reviewed over 6 million pages. Many of these pages were not responsive. And what I mean by that is we intentionally over-collected potentially responsive documents. So for example, there was a case going on in Florida at the same time as the Jeffrey Epstein case involving another defendant named Epstein, having nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. When we collected materials, we collected everything involving Epstein, including the Epstein that had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. So the review of materials included non-responsive materials. The reviewers were qualified, experienced attorneys within the department and the FBI. They took pains to apply appropriate redactions. There were mistakes that were made, and so approximately 1% of the redactions had to be fixed after we released the Epstein files. Chairman, we had dozens of lawyers on call 24/7 whenever we learned that any victim's name had been improperly not redacted. We immediately took the document down and fixed it as soon as we could. That doesn't excuse the mistakes of which I take responsibility, but it does mean that we tried to fix them. We complied with the act. It required us complying with judges' rules in New York, which required us to redact certain victims' names, even if the victim was also somebody who participated in criminal conduct. The judge did not allow, judges in New York did not allow us to unredact those names. The other thing that we did, Chairman, is we made unredacted versions of the entire database available to everybody in this body.
Unredacted for what reason, motherfucker? Tell us a good reason that you took the perpetrator's name out and left in the victims. These motherfuckers are in trouble. And I even love it more that people sit back and say, nothing's going to happen. Yeah, nothing's going to happen with this administration. But the moment this shit is over, old heads will roll.
And we did that because of transparency. Remember, for 4 years, there wasn't a peep about Jeffrey Epstein. The Biden administration did nothing to be transparent about the Epstein case. We have been extraordinarily transparent in not only producing the records, but letting unredacted versions be available to anybody in this body. And if, after reviewing unredacted materials, a member had concerns about why something was redacted, they brought them to the department's attention, and we addressed that. So I want to make sure the American people know that this administration, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, has been more transparent.
Pitbull salute, baby. Good morning.
Than any past administration than Biden was or anybody else. And what we did is we complied with the law.
That led to a begrudging meeting the second day of the confirmation hearing between Todd Blanche and the survivors, but that went horribly. Here's what one of the survivors had to say about the meeting. Play the clip.
What is your sense of...
Hey, Mark, yes, they are very disturbing. They're so disturbing. This is one of the reasons I started talking about it on the air, for sure. Could not let this shit just be another scandal. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it.
Of whether he had any shame for saying the day before the meeting that he would not meet with all of you, but when Mr. Tillis's vote became contingent on having the meeting, he was there. Did he say, well, I just said that because I didn't want to get tripped up, but I'm actually happy? Like, did he answer for saying he didn't want to meet with you guys 24 hours earlier?
No, that's actually a really good word that you brought up, Nicole, remorse. There was no remorse for any of the damage that was done. There was no remorse when we brought up, we've been trying to talk to you for 8 months, 9 months to tell you there are important files that should be looked at. There are plenty of investigative leads. There was no remorse in, even when Annie said, hey, I know that my sister's report is missing part of the pages. Will you do an investigation? He said no. There was not going to be any further investigations. And we had to go through proper channels now. We had to go back to the FBI, or we could talk to this other specialist. But basically, he wanted us to start all over again.
What does it make you feel about victims of child sex trafficking at the hands of powerful men today?
As an advocate, this is one of the things that is extremely frustrating, because getting any kind of accountability for any kind of sexual harm is already excruciatingly difficult. And you would think with 6 million files, by the way, he kept correcting us and saying 3 million files. He said there are only 3 million files, not 6 million files.
So it's 6 million files.
With that volume of evidence, we feel if you can't find an investigative lead in that, then there's a problem with competence, or there's decisions being made. And so it's very discouraging, because right now, this man wants to be the Attorney General of the United States, and he doesn't know what to do with 6 million files. And how can anyone in this country ever feel safe that their case is going to be prosecuted properly, investigated properly, when all of this is happening with the world watching, Nicole? I mean, what happens when...
What will channels like this do when Trump is gone? We're going to celebrate. We're going to make sure this shit never happens again. And it's probably going to be a soft landing spot for people who are leaving MAGA. You know, it's probably going to end up being like a support group for people who was on that dope and trying to get the fuck off. You see now, MAGA has fucking support groups for people who was jacked up on MAGA and jacked up on the hate. And for people who was jacked up on the ideologies of some unintelligent motherfuckers, the ideologies of some goddamn insecure ass people. And it's like a fucking drug, especially when you sitting in the house with your own stupid mind and some dumbass information, some really insecure thinking points, you know? And so what are channels like this going to do when Trump is gone? We're probably going to be the people that's the fucking shrinks for all you misguided, lost, red-hatted souls. That's probably what it's going to be, Mark. And all the rest of you lost individuals. But at the end of the day, we know y'all lost, because y'all ain't in no fucking place that belong to you. You in somebody else's house trying to tell them why they're wrong. when in fact you should be in your house trying to figure out how the fuck did we get here with these stupid ass thinking points. And the only way you could get a bunch of people to follow a fucking sinking ship is to gather up the most insecure, uneducated, and fucking take them down with you.
They chain me.
Look, y'all, Mark can't type that fucking fast. Mark can't type that fucking fast. he just can't keep up with it. But at the end of the day, Mark, you're one of the guys who's inferior and lost and wishing that somebody who's dying could save your ass. A dying man ain't worrying about you. He just showed you. His ass is worried about filling the pockets of his goddamn family, friends, and anybody that will pay up and play up. But y'all broke motherfuckers ain't getting shit. But high gas prices, a fucked up economy, you're getting your motherfucking assistance cut short. And now you're looking fucking stupid.
To a post for a crime I didn't commit. My family couldn't afford a lawyer, and the rich kid who framed...
No one's looking.
You know, it's funny. I used to think...
Right. And so basically what they do is they try to come into smart places and say dumb shit. And you stick out like a sore thumb. A big ass, insecure white man.
A pillowcase was, a pillowcase that I found Blissy, and I realized what I've been sleeping on, literally. Blissy's pillowcases are made from 22 Mame 6A grade 100% pure mulberry silk, and they're naturally cooling, breathable, hydrating, and much gentler on your skin and hair than satin or cotton. They help reduce frizz, breakage, sleep creases, and even help keep your skin looking healthier over time. They're dermatologist tested, machine washable, coming over.
Just the fact that you come out your mouth saying reptilians let me know you're a stupid fuck.
100 colors and designs, and it's no surprise they've sold more than 3 million pillowcases and have been featured by Vogue, Oprah Daily, and Good Morning America. I've been sleeping on it for a few weeks, and I can honestly say it just feels nicer than my...
The funny thing is this bitch running around behind a PDF file talking about somebody a slave. Bitch, you're the slave. Just like your great-great-grandparents who came over here on them fucking boats. Broke as a motherfucker eating oatmeal and Oliver Twist stories and shit. All y'all broke-ass Slavics, Germans, the whole lot of you motherfuckers that came from Europe. Broke as fuck on some boats. Peasants and fucking squalor. That's what y'all was. Your ass was so fucking... The plague came around because y'all was just dirty. That's what happened in Europe. Them motherfuckers almost dirtied their self to death. The Black Plague was all about being fucking filthy. So there's that.
Old pillowcase. My hair's been a little smoother in the mornings, and I like how cool it stays through the night. Because you're a listener, Blissy is offering 60 nights risk-free, plus an additional 30% off when you shop at blissy.com/legalaf. That's BLISSY.com.
Your pink ass over there mad as shit.
/legalaf and use code legalaf to get an additional 30% off. Your skin and hair will thank you.
Join the world's #1 RPG game. Download now.
A full cart that's lighter on your wallet. That's a breath of fresh air. Download the Upside app and get a $15 bonus on your first purchase.
So Judge Sullivan, back to our filing, gave Todd Blanche one more shot to respond. And here we go. It's about, 3.5 pages. And listen, I wasn't that impressed with the lawyering and the mind of Stan Woodward to begin with, but I'm certainly not now. This is what they say and I'll give you the translation. Page 2. Whereas the defendant's response to the order to show cause, that's the Trump side, set forth rational arguments, the plaintiff's response, that's Katie's side, is filled with hyperbolic rhetoric seeking to impose punitive sanctions on the department for availing itself of the process the court afforded it. No, the court told you either produce the documents or show cause, good faith basis, supported by facts, usually by an affidavit, sworn testimony, why you couldn't produce it. To this day, Todd Blanche and anybody in his Department of Justice refuses to provide sworn testimony to a judge. If I were on the other side of that judge's order, I would have provided affidavits and declarations, but of course they didn't do it then, and they're not even doing it now. We're just getting naked argument of counsel. This is what they say. The court has not ordered the immediate production of documents. Rather, the court has ordered the department to show cause if it declines to do so. They make it sound like it's just an offer, like an aspirational goal of the judge instead of a order by fiat of a federal judge. On page 2, they say, and far from declaring that the department will not abide by a court order, the department, meaning the Department of Justice, has accepted the court's offer. Oh, bully you, you've accepted the court's offer. That sounds fantastic. We'll meet you for tea at 4:00. Are you kidding me? That wasn't an offer. That was a requirement. It's going to piss off the judge. That's all I'm telling you now. They don't like the $1,000 a day fine either, and they end it this way on page 3. Again, it's not really a 5-page. It's really a 3-page response signed by Stan Woodward. Ultimately, the department will continue to comply with all applicable disclosure laws, but the department also needs to be afforded the ability to seek appellate review of preliminary injunction orders it believes to be in error. Okay, as soon as you get sanctioned, you can go take your appeal. For these reasons, any order of the court should not include contempt or sanctions relief, should include language.
Hey, Pitt, you a fool.
Recognizing the order as appealable and should stay the effective date to allow the government to seek appellate review. Here we go. In fact, when I had Brendan Ballou, Katie Fang's lawyer, on, he's like, I don't even know why they haven't appealed yet.
Hey, Pitt, you remember we ran Mark ass up off this motherfucker?
They haven't appealed because they know they have a losing argument. That's the answer. They know that if they file the appeal and they get a bad response, which is likely, they lose sort of the political cover and the talking point. So they're going to stretch this out. Well, Judge, we'd like to appeal, but we're waiting on you, and there's all these procedures, and it's really hard. It's not really hard. You can appeal now. You could have appealed when the judge initially entered his order in favor of Katie Fang, plain and simple. Just to remind you what Katie wrote in her filing.
In Conflict of Nations, you can build an army, battle other players, create alliances, and even drop a nuke. Just tap below and download now.
Have you seen those ads with blue guys go from left to right? And you get ×2 and -3, which actually...
And in seeking what she's seeking, she basically says that what they're doing is the opposite of transparency. I mean, they like to talk about, we're the most transparent Department of Justice about Epstein ever. Of course, they don't abide by anything. They don't supply an affidavit. Here on page 8 of Katie's filing, they said, in his opposition to plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction, the Attorney General never once argued that any of the specific documents that were requested by plaintiff would reveal victim information, for instance. Then, hours after the court granted the motion, by the way, that's the point where they could have taken the appeal, the government issued a public statement attacking the court. Judge Sullivan's perverse interpretation appears to be focused on driving misleading headlines. This judge is suggesting...
And for all y'all who voted that the Epstein files won't be the end of Trump, you're delusional. Because them motherfucking files ain't going nowhere. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. And just because you don't want to investigate yourself, it's okay. You got some months. You have some months left in office. There's nothing you can do in those months to stop the legal barrage that's coming your fucking way. You know why? Because you done turned the fucking house lights on. Everybody can see everything, so it ain't shit you can do to cover this shit up no more. Now, while you're in office, you're safe because you got a whole bunch of fucking guppies around you that are, guppies. But as soon as them motherfuckers are in jail, guess who's next? You're gonna have company. Your son's going to jail. Your fucking, your wife might go to fucking jail. But the most of your cabinet and the people that's breaking the fucking law, thinking that you're going to be president forever, oh my God, it is going to be so satisfying to see MAGA saying, no, no. Yeah, motherfucker, it's going down.
DOJ violate the law by unredacting victim names who, as the department has always explained, sadly became co-conspirators. It does a disservice to this court, Katie writes, and to the victims in this matter by making the argument in the press and not briefing until the Attorney General had already lost. And again, you see in the new filing, they don't attack the judge. They wouldn't dare. No, they leave that to their cowardness outside the courtroom in extrajudicial statements. We're going to follow this closely. I'm going to grab Katie Fang and ask her to join our show, maybe even tonight on The Intersection, which is on Tuesday nights, 8 p.m., my show on the Midas Touch Network. Tonight, special guest, Mark Elias, talking about your vote and the 13 times he successfully defeated the Trump administration, 13-0, to try to steal voter data to weaponize the mechanisms around voter protection and try to suppress the vote. You're not going to want to miss my interview with Mark Elias tonight. Until my next report, take a moment, come over to the Legal AF YouTube channel.
I'm an idiot and you don't know how to spell it. Hooray.
Early voting has started. We're trying to get to 2 million.
He's definitely a Trump supporter, y'all. Uneducated. See, I want y'all to understand something. You idiot. Sometimes stupidity is the only karma needed.
And subscribers by election day, by midterms, we will with your support. Until my next report, this is Michael. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing and the oral argument there, including a daily roundup that I do called, wait for it, Morning AF. What else? All the other contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some new reporting. We got interviews. We got ad-free versions of the podcast. And
honestly, I don't give a fuck who the Epstein files take away. I don't know why every time the Epstein files is brought up, Democratic and Republican is the argument. It's funny to me when people bring up Democrats and Republicans and they never bring up PDF files. Do we have to separate their political affiliation when we're talking about PDF files? Does it really matter what political party they belong to if they're engaging in lewd acts with children? I just don't understand where the political party comes into your mindset, or what is in your head that produces a situation where you want to know what political party, or you're trying to pin what political party they're in. Please explain that shit. Please explain what difference it makes pertaining to a motherfucker's political affiliation if they are a predator. Can you please explain that to me? Mark. Because that shit never registers to me. I don't think Holy shit. Was that PDF file a fucking Democrat or Republican? Not just you, Mark, but they all, mostly MAGAs, will say, well, the Democrats did it too. And what about the like, we're not talking about politics no more. So that doesn't matter to me. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't give a fuck if it was Obama and that bitch doing shit with children. He gotta fucking go. The only thing is, we know for a fact that some people not going for that shit. And it seems like all the people who are going for it is the same motherfucking people. Whether they're fucking Democratic or Republican, independent, or whatever the fuck they are. When we start divvying this shit up, it's the same fucking people. I don't know what fucking political affiliation they have, but they all look alike. They all in the same motherfucking tax bracket. Them motherfuckers is all politicians. That's the real shit. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, Mark. It just seems like you want some attention. He says, make America great again. Such a bad thing. Obama was. Let's take them all. Obama was what? Because it's like a fragmented sentence, so I really can't understand totally what you're saying. But like I said, we know Obama wasn't involved in no shit like this. And even if the fuck he was, I will be saying the same shit. Because there is no cut card for child predators. On the list for what? We don't, listen, fuck the list. I need to know who the fuck was dealing with children. See, what you doing is, fucking Will Smith was on the motherfucking list. It's a lot of people on the it's a lot of people that flew to the island that had no fucking idea what was going on the island. So the list is a blurred, the list don't mean shit. Who was in that bitch fucking with kids? Who was... Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, I ain't tripping off who was in that motherfucker, who flew to the island and didn't have no fucking idea. What you want to do is blur the lines. Obama don't have nothing to do with that shit. You're mad, and you on this bitch trying to act like you neutral when you're fucking... You a straight Trumper. You a straight fucking Trumper. And now we're going to turn your fucking mic off. Because what we don't tolerate is lies on this motherfucking channel. Obama is your fucking... Genetically, he's your motherfucking father. Politically, he's everything you motherfuckers wish that Trump could be. That he will never fucking be. Period. So don't even bring Obama fucking name up. Second of all, why the fuck are we still talking about Obama when your fucking president is in office fucking up right now, motherfucker? Your president is fucking up right now, sir. You a joke. You a fucking joke.
Hot takes, where? Legal AF on Substack. Come over now to free subscribe.
What the?
You every channel. See, one thing about y'all is y'all gotta sit on this bitch and lie. Motherfuckers mad as shit. Sim, what's good? Sim says, I honestly believe Trump knows he isn't long for this world. He isn't going to face a damn consequence for any of the vile shit he's done. Yeah, because that motherfucker gonna check the fuck out. And we all know that. We all know that. But it's funny listening to these delusional fucking people. I tell you that. Hilarious. And they come here just to say little punk shit that and it's funny, man. It really is. Ex-pastor doesn't hold back. Yeah. Let me get to my man Darren Monroe so he can tell y'all what the fuck is going on.
Stay on this video. We're going to talk about what happens if Trump dies and, quite frankly, why I don't want him to die, and I don't think many of you want him to die neither. This is a midnight rant, meaning that every day or almost every day I'm trying to put together a series of content together to have a midnight rant about some things if you're up in the middle of the night worried about things. And the other reason I did this is I was marking 2 years since I got into politics, working on Kamala Harris's campaign. See, I have 30 years marketing branding experience. That's why I have the plaques on the wall. Those are distribution plaques, not RIAA. Some people get upset and hate on me about it. And you might wonder why in July do I have this cozy, fuzzy glee? Because the air is blowing and I just didn't feel like, and I was going to turn it off, but after the Canadian fires, jeez, I didn't want to even turn off the air again because the filters were not blocking things out in the Canadian fire. So we had to turn off the air. So finally, we have air and we have the windy city here in downtown Chicago. We're doing great, okay? So let's talk about this Trump dying thing and why I don't want him to die. And quite frankly, you may not want him to die neither. What's the chances of him dying? Well, there's a lot of doctors on social media says there's a damn good chance. They believe he has some sort of kidney disease, dementia, and a variety of other things at 80 years old. The average American lives to be mid-70s. So he is basically beyond his years in many ways. And, you can see the breakdown. I mean, he's calling Zelensky Putin. He's calling Japan the Islamic, what do you say, the Islamic State of Japan. He's lost it. He has lost it, and he's heading down. And I think he knows he's on his zero game. That's why he has all these crazy things he's doing, like suing the BBC, the Wall Street Journal, and the IRS, and trying 27 different times to threaten democratic states and 20 different cities over their sanctuary policies, or the way he just continues to go with the same game plan over and over and over for the last 18 months, almost 19 months, and how he continues the same rigorous thing. And
use the promo
Smash that
code
like
to get
button,
the
y'all. Let's
Epic
get them likes up.
Champion for free.
Doesn't stop.
Pitt, how many likes we got, man? Let's get them likes up. We need them likes up, chat. Help us out.
It's also the reason why I think Todd Blanche would be a great choice to be confirmed. Because if Todd Blanche is in, he's going to let Trump do whatever he wants to do. He's going to give Grandpa the keys to the car and just smash everything up, thus destroying Todd Blanche's own career, as well as Trump's, as well as the administration, as well as the GOP. And given that they're trying to kill us, What makes me think that? Maybe the destruction of Medicaid, Medicare, Affordable Care Act, where 4 million people don't even have their Affordable Care Act for this year, and it's estimated that 50,000 of them will die. Veterans benefits, Social Security, the shooting people on the streets by ICE when they refused to get body cameras, even when the punk ass Democrats in Congress were trying to get them to do it. They basically funded around the shutdown last year, said we're gonna do it anyway. We don't give a fuck. Basically, in this year, and they gave as much hell as they could give, and then they end up shooting more people on the streets. Then you have the detainees who are dying in detention centers. You got the deportees who are shipped back, and they're killed. Okay, going back to the country they were trying to flee from persecution, or they sent to other countries and get killed. Then you have service members getting killed and injured, and then them trying to play down the casualties. So obviously it's very clear they're trying to hurt us. So Trump's going crazy and saying crazy shit in dementia-laden whatever rants is actually to our benefit to get people to show up for November. Please put in the comments, all of you who are part of this, community, you already know, just put in, bleed out. Just put in bleed out, okay? Bleed out. And what I'm saying to people is, oh my goodness, this thing that's happening is actually for our betterment if he's around. So what happens if Trump dies? Oh my God. First of all, let's talk about the 2 ways he can die. Obviously, well, 3. Anybody can have an accident, a real accident, y'all. But I don't want him to have one. And I'll explain that in a minute. And you may not want him to have one either. Then there is assassination. We don't want that to happen. Again, I don't call assassination on anyone. I didn't embrace that with Charlie Kirk or anybody else. I'm not a fan of that. I am not with that. And hopefully you aren't either. You don't want to call on death because death sometimes may answer Yodo. Now, regarding him dying from natural causes, another reason. I don't want him to go, but I think he might go.
It ain't natural causes if your ass eat McDonald's every day and your ankles look like motherfucking pudding cups.
By August 1st. Now, my predictions have been pretty on point over the last 18 months. MAGA doesn't agree, but many of you who are not MAGA do agree. But I hope I'm wrong. And I'll put a video on August 2nd saying, oop, I'm wrong. I hope to be wrong. Here's why. I don't want him to go. And then I'll go into what happens if he does. I don't want him to go because, quite frankly, it's been an advantage for him to do this and pull down himself, the administration, and the GOP for all the reasons I talked about how they're trying to kill us. That's a simple answer, straightforward.
With Robinhood Legend charts on mobile, I get an unparalleled charting and trading experience right on my phone.
If he does go by assassination, he becomes martyred, and all of the MAGA base rally together to fight us at the elections and everything else. We don't need that, baby. We don't need that. What happens if he has an accident? Again, another martyrdom. We do not want to do that, baby. We do not want to do that. But here's the third reason we don't want him going, even if he's not martyred. Again, well, I've already mentioned that we want him to bleed out because he's helping actually with his foolishness, because it makes it even worse for him, the administration, and the party. What happens? I know you've been waiting. Here's what it is. What happens if he does die in the way I'm talking about, natural causes? Well,
y'all see how dumb Canadians are? I thought Canadians were some fucking smart people. Turns out they're dumb too.
JD takes over immediately. JD's going to lose half his MAGA base because they don't like him. The Senate and House are really going to clap back because Trump commanded a base of tens of millions of people and primarying people and scaring the shit out of them. A big ass bully. he don't have the bully pulpit. In other words, Vance does not have the bully pulpit, so they're going to lose half their strength. The advantage is that. The disadvantage is Vance is very clever and slick. There's going to be a lot of conservatives who are going to come to his side and support him just because of what has happened. And we're dealing with a very ugly
Yeah, Pitt, I was just looking at that. I don't know why they did that.
situation right now, because if Trump dies, that means a lot.
You're a fucking idiot for saying you support Trump or Canada supports Trump. Didn't he just fucking straight shit on Canada? Dumb. Hey, man, have at it. If you love it, you like it, I love it.
Of evidence goes with him, and he doesn't get the chance to go to jail neither, which I believe he is going. But there's another element to bear, and that is a good element, which is if he dies, his sons will go to jail quicker. Yes, Vance will pardon his sons, probably. Good chance, but not because he wants to, but because it makes him look good.
Shout out to Lloyd in the chat, man. What city and state you tapping in from, Lloyd, and what them gas prices like?
From the MAGA base, and he wants to be president after this, term transition that he went from vice president to president. You want to be president 2028 or at least be a leading contender. So he would pardon them. But the family is in trouble. And what I said before hangs true. In fact, they're working on a piece of legislation right now that I heard could go through. And if it doesn't go this through.
Speak for your fucking self. The whole Canada don't love Trump just because your fucking ass is indoctrinated. And guess what? Trump can't save y'all, motherfuckers. Is that what you believe? Because all the shit that he's saying he can save you from has already proven to be unmotherfucking. You can't reverse it. So what are he saving you from?
This side of the year, next year, when we have the 120th Congress and the Democratic lead, it will. It's called the Epstein Transparency Act 2.0. And then 2.0 is going to give the power to the state attorney generals to hold the DOJ responsible. Right now, the state attorney.
Exactly. Lloyd, you goddamn right, they're going up everywhere. It's inevitable. All I hear is people saying, you need to get out of the blue states, your prices for gas will go down. No, even in the red states, whatever it was, it's higher than it fucking was. So let's just say y'all got good gas prices in red states. They're worse now, motherfucker. Anybody who's saying that they're okay and not higher is a fucking liar.
Generals have the power to hold themselves responsible, and they also have the power to sue feds. They can come after Donald Trump if he's kicked out of office. But here's the thing, they can also go after his family. And with Trump out of office, it's going to be even worse. And J.D. Vance can't pardon those people because, quite frankly, a president cannot pardon a state convicted criminal. If that was the case, Trump would probably try to.
Stuart, go drink that cold coffee and go take a hot shit.
Pardon himself from the New York conviction he has. So if he dies, we lose half the MAGA base. And it's, if he dies of illness, we lose half the they lose half the MAGA base, and we got a better chance for the election. So you might say, oh yeah, we want him to die. But here's the downside that nobody talks about. JD is a wild card, and he's younger, and he's tied in with the Heritage Foundation, and he may turn out to be 10 times worse than Trump.
In Supremacy World War III, you can take over the planet, but only with the right strategy. Test yours and download for free today.
POV, you can afford extra groceries this week because you downloaded Dave and got $260 with extra cash.
Because he's slick. He's not going to make side items and shit. He's going to try to sneak shit through. He's arrogant. So that is a weakness.
So let me just sum up the whole notion of MAGA. This motherfucker Stewart is in here talking about, why are you wearing a Parker indoors? Bitch, he just told you. And second of all, who gives a fuck? Who cares? The message that he dropping is way more important than what the fuck he's wearing. That's why y'all motherfuckers losing. Because y'all worrying about the wrong shit. And that's why you're also thinking about the wrong shit. Your fucking president is out this bitch doing lewd acts with little children. And you worrying about what a motherfucker who's talking about that motherfucker is wearing. That's what you call moronic shit. Motherfucker just get on the internet to come over here and save somebody who look like you. Well, I hate to tell you, but both of you pink motherfuckers is losing. Period.
But he's clever. And that is not a weakness. He is very clever. And he may try to play low key. And a lot of people, millions of Americans don't understand what's going on. They don't know the history, operation, laws, economics of our government. So while they're celebrating that Donald Trump is dead, ding dong, the witch is dead, J.D. Vance could be sneaking shit underground. The fight has not ended. It's a different president, but it's the same vibration.
Listen, y'all, the fucking, the irony that somebody named A. Lopez wants to see the deportations to continue. Y'all motherfucking Latinos for Trump is some of the most screwed mind motherfuckers in this whole shit. They're going to send your ass out of here too, Lopez. So no matter, I mean, like, what kind of fucking self-hate you got going on over there? You a white Latino? What the fuck is going on with you that you want to see more deportations? Because I hope you don't think the fucking deportations going to stop with your ass, Lopez. Well, listen at you. You just said you want to see more deportation, but you talking about the message within only to hate and divide, anger and bitterness. Ha, 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 ha. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Get your dumb ass Latinos for deportation out of here, bruh. You a Latino for deportation. Facts. Man, shut up. Nobody wants to hear that shit. You in somebody else's fucking country talking about you want to see more deportations. Or can I tell you something, Lopez? It's motherfuckers like you who maybe you came over here legally. That don't mean your ass ain't getting the fuck out. It don't mean you ain't getting out, Lopez.
That's our danger. That's
how stupid y'all are.
That's bad. That's bad. It could be very bad. So what I'm saying to you is that, yeah, half the MAGA base, and yeah, we're going to have an even bigger blue turnout, I think. See, the thing is...
See, anger and passion is two different things. I'm passionate about telling people how fucking dumb they are. I ain't angry about shit. But how angry is your president? Let's talk about that. How angry is your fucking president? How angry is your government? Why you worried about me? Based on your name, you're white. Pitch you a fool. Blame everyone else but yourself. Bitch, I'm not a politician. So what the fuck? It ain't got shit to do with me. I'm blaming the motherfuckers who are in charge of politics. Patrick, you a white man, Patrick? Because that's what it sounds like. You sound like a mad-ass white man. That's what you sound like, bro. Just being honest. You sound like a fucking real mad white man. And what are you mad at? That I'm telling you the truth about another fucking white man? That makes you mad? If the truth hurts, look for a lie, motherfucker. But ain't no lies here.
Who's going to drop their guard when J.D. Vance is in?
So the fact that you're a white man, which you just said, yes, sir, And the fact that I'm talking about a white man who does lewd acts with fucking children, that upsets you? Why are you protecting the motherfucker just because he's white? What about the fucking young white children that he violated? What about them? You don't care about the white children? Damn, Patrick. What kind of fucking person are you? They're fucking children. And you try and protect the motherfucker who violating children. You're a fucking pretty disgusting person, Patrick. I don't need no fucking proof. The proof is the motherfuckers who, what 13-year-old, 12-year-old, 9-year-old kid is going to lie on a fucking adult? And for what reason? Kids don't have no sense of money, finances, or gaining anything from humiliating their fucking self. And just the fact that you need proof, when the proof is he already paid off women for violating their ass. He's already been held liable in court. When you lose a fucking civil court or you pay somebody, it's because you did something civilly fucking wrong. So you paid for it. Just because it wasn't a criminal case don't mean he didn't fucking rape nobody or grape for the internet. You need proof, which means that you're a fucking PDF file yourself, or at least potentially. The fuck out of here.
I show up for the polls. I would think you'd say, hey, we're going to go twice as hard, but we don't know how that'll turn out. This could get real weird. Really weird.
Bruh, if you don't take them fucking old ass talking points. Trump put him out of Mar-a-Lago. Did you know that Trump? No, what Trump did was call the fucking cops and said, I knew he was doing that. I knew Jeffrey was doing that. Yeah, we know you knew, bitch, because you were doing it with him. That's how the fuck you know he was doing it. Because you was doing it with him, motherfucker. We seen these motherfuckers on the videos dancing around to little fucking girls. Arms folded. Him in there looking like a big fucking weirdo with a $2 million mullet. The fuck out of here. Fuck the judicial system, bitch. I do know how it works. It's fucking crooked.
After this man dies, this could get really unusual. I want you to, if you're the praying type, pray, because...
Bitch, I'm on the internet. I don't need no fucking evidence. The evidence is in the testimony of young fucking girls who are now women.
As long as Trump's around, in a weird way, it's the evil we know that we can take on. That's what it comes down to. Now, binge watch the rest of my content if you haven't seen it. I always ask that. And for those who haven't subscribed,
I got you,
your subscription, hopefully so. I'm getting close to 100,000 subscribers, and I would love you to do that. Thank you so much. Let's keep our hearts straightforward and
protect our white man president. We could never let him look. So first of all, here's this, Patrick. All y'all motherfuckers, it seems, is guilty of this PDF shit. As scary as that shit sounds, it might be fucking true. We may have uncovered a motherfucking real phenomenon with what the fuck y'all do in y'all spare time with children. Because the number of men who look like you and act like you and think like you are getting fucking locked up every motherfucking day. Stewart, all y'all. I wouldn't trust none of you motherfuckers around my children. I guarantee you that. My motherfucking kids won't be staying at none of your motherfucking houses. None. Fuck you and your evidence. The motherfucking courts got the evidence. The redactions also reinforce the fucking evidence. If your name got to be taken out of a motherfucking file 3,000 times, then bitch, you did it. And why would your name be taken out? Oh, because your DOJ is crooked. But the bottom line is this, Patrick and Stewart, we gonna see all that shit. The unredacted version will be motherfucking out. The unredacted versions will be out. So y'all can sit up there and stand on y'all little tinfoil hat short chairs. Y'all could do all that. But you'd being documented as well. Don't forget you on the internet, bitch. Everything on the internet is forever. So when all this shit over and they start rounding up the pedophiles and rounding up the suspicious motherfuckers, y'all gonna be in it. So keep talking, bitch.
Oh, then no matter what happens, we're winning. We'll whip JD's ass just as much as everybody else, as long as we acknowledge that JD can be just as dangerous.
Freaky Lil G. That name, you need to shut the fuck up. Second of all, ain't nobody on the left over this bitch. So, move on.
More red flags surfacing regarding this White House correspondence event incident. We're hearing from the federal judge assigned to the Cole Allen case, where the federal judge apologized to Cole Allen. Federal judge apologized to White House correspondent dinner the suspect in the shooting, Cole Allen, over the jail conditions. So Cole Allen, who was charged with attempted assassination of Donald Trump, he did an emergency motion.
So who the fuck? This is what's funny, right? Y'all talk all this shit. Every assassination attempt on Trump was by a white man. Who the fuck shot Charlie Kirk? A white man. Who the fuck shot Ronald Reagan? I don't even believe the attempts on Trump. I don't even believe that shit. You can't be that unpopular and not get hit 5 fucking times. No. Those was fucking self-inflicted, fake-ass attempts on his own life. He might well have pulled the water gun out and squeezed that bitch, because wasn't nothing gonna happen anyway. How the fuck you get shot in the ear with an AR-15 round and you still have an ear? His fucking ear would have turned into a red mist. But instead, that motherfucker don't even got a scar on his fucking ear. And that's how fucking dumb y'all are.
Saying that he was placed on suicide precautions in the DC jail and had been treated much differently than anyone else in the prison. He said it amounted to improper pretrial punishment, not having the access to his lawyers either, and being put in certain facilities that he said, he was being targeted. And the magistrate judge agreed. The magistrate judge Faruqi read the motion from Cole Allen.
Hey, Freaky Lil G. Change your fucking name, you little bitch. Change that shit, bruh. That don't sound good. But anyway, I know what them men doing to you, Freaky Lil G. But anyway, you dealing with the wrong motherfucker and you ran into the right motherfucking room to talk your stupid shit. Because I ain't like these other motherfuckers. But I ain't going to give you too much because I don't want to get in trouble by YouTube, man. So you might want to bark up a different tree. You might want to go into a MAGA group and spin that dumb shit off some dumb people. It'll turn out better.
Said he's very concerned about the way the DC jail has treated Cole Allen so far, putting him in extremely restrictive suicide watch protocols, despite a medical assessment saying that it was not necessary. This is how The Hill described the hearing. Judge very troubled by the treatment of accused White House correspondents dinner alleged gunman. The federal judge said on the record,
I got a question. If Trump is so smart and doing so good, then why the fuck did the rest of the world abandon his ass? Why did every country in the world watch as America got fucking uppercut over and over and over again? Why didn't anybody say, hey, that's America, let's go and help them? That's the leaders of the free world. Let's go and help them. Holy shit, that's the red, white, and blue. Let's go and join the fight. Let's help America defeat these evil fucking people. The whole world looked at that shit and said, not on my watch. The whole world looked at that shit and said, well, if this guy's in charge of America, then fuck America.
About the following. The judge raised concerns how Cole Allen was being placed on suicide watch, even though the medical opinion was that.
We know that you're probably a cross-dresser, and that motherfucker talking about somebody is G-A-Y. See, I've learned that you can't say certain shit on here. But Freaky Lil G, with a name like that, you shouldn't be calling nobody G-A-Y, okay? Because it's pretty obvious that you taking it. We're not the fucking superpower, bitch. They just showed that we're not the superpower. You know why? Because a motherfucker said, y'all better open that straight in 24 hours or I'm going to do this. And he didn't do shit. Y'all better do this. I'm going to bomb you to smithereens. Open the fucking straight, you fucking idiots. And nothing happened. When the leader of the fucking world opens their mouth and says, do this and do that, the shit happens. We not the leaders of the fucking free world. That shit over. When Xi Jinping put Trump in that little ass chair and his knees was touching, that was the end of the leaders of the free world. Don't ever consider yourself the leader of no fucking free world when your fucking president was over that bitch with a napkin wiping sweat off another fucking president. Ah, man, listen. Your little heart hurt, Freaky Little G. I ain't talking. Get him the fuck out of here. You ain't talking about shit. Just another lost, upset weirdo. Goodbye. Back to the lesson, y'all. Freaky Lil G, you sit over there and watch. Shut the fuck up.
He didn't need to be on suicide watch. Cole Allen has repeatedly been strip searched over and over and over again and kept in constant isolation from other inmates in the general population. So they basically had put him in solitary, put him on suicide watch, and then they go into where he's being placed on suicide watch very frequently, make him get naked, strip search him, and then they've been repeating that over and over again. The judge said, I'm very troubled by what they indicate, the conditions that you have been subjected to. I'm sorry. The judge says, I'm sorry. It sounds like things have not been the way that they're supposed to. And so then Allen was finally taken off suicide watch, but still is being held separately from general population or other inmates. Then that triggered Jeanine Pirro responding. She's a former Fox host, and she's now the United States Attorney for the Washington, D.C. She posts a photo of Magistrate Judge Faruqi and a photo of Cole Allen, and it says, breaking, this is from Fox, U.S. Magistrate Judge Faruqi apologizes to White House Correspondents Association dinner shooting suspect Cole Allen over reported treatment in jail. And then Pirro goes, welcome to Washington, D.C., where U.S. Magistrate Judge Faruqi believes a defendant armed to the teeth and attempting to assassinate the president is entitled to preferential treatment in his confinement compared to every other defendant. It should also be noted then that Cole Allen filed a motion to disqualify Pirro and other federal prosecutors on the case, citing their statements like that one and other statements where they've said that they were victims of Cole Allen and that they now are witnesses in the case based on the statements that they've made at the time of the alleged incident and then afterwards, that they've injected themselves and that he intends to call them as witnesses. Now, Pirro then went on state regime media, which calls itself Fox, and she then is using this incident to say, look, what we're seeing right now are all of these leftists, as she likes to just, all these leftists, they're sending people into Washington, D.C. to engage in this types of behavior. So she's using it now as a broader pretext to go after what she says are leftist groups in general. Now, this comes at the same time that the Trump regime put out a counterterrorism report that's not getting nearly enough attention. And in this counterterrorism report, it says the biggest threats to America, they say, are jihadist groups and people who sympathize with the transgender community and leftists. They said there's a pro-transgender leftist ideology that needs to be investigated and that are being monitored. And they put that, said the jihadist terrorists and people who support transgender people, that's who are the biggest threats in a counterterrorism report. Here's what Pirro said on state regime media. I think we've got the clip.
But what I can tell you is that he hated the president of the United States. He hated the administration. And, you know, whatever that motivation might be, the truth is his intent is the only issue that I'm concerned about, not the motivation so much. But what we're seeing more and more of, Griff, is the fact that people are coming to the nation's capital with the intent to commit political violence. We saw it with the assault on the shooting at the Secret Service agent on the National Mall near the Washington Monument on Monday, and we will continue to see it. People, for some reason, think they can come here and that they can commit these acts that they'll get attention for to exercise their right to complain about what they think is unfair politics. And we've crossed the Rubicon because for some reason they think that they are allowed to violate the law, kill individuals if it satisfies what they think is their political moral compass.
I want to bring in Harry Littman from Talking Fed's YouTube channel, podcast, and Substack. Now, here's the thing, Harry. Someone like a Cole Allen, we could talk about Cole Allen, or we can talk about any similarly situated person who in our system still has a presumption of innocence. That's our system in the United States. If you don't like our system, there are other ones available. That's the system we have. When the Trump regime does these press conferences, Fox interviews, social media posts, and then they lie in the post as well, because the issue with Cole Allen was not getting preferential treatment. That's not what the judge said. The judge says that you were not giving equal treatment. You were treating this individual with excessive strip searches, and you were putting somebody on suicide watch when the medical diagnosis did not so require that, or actually said the opposite. So now what you're doing, whether we're talking about Cole Allen, whether we're talking about the individual who they allege was the pipe bomber going back to 2020, they're giving a lot of arguments also to say, look how we're being treated. Look, all of these procedural things, Harry, that you as a federal prosecutor would say, we can't, these are the types of things that you can get not guilties on technicalities, throughout the case, prosecutorial misconduct. You're seeing all this stuff here develop, which also to the outside observer, when you combine that with the fact that the Trump regime lies about everything, it's just like, why not just go through this like a normal case? Go through the exercises, go through the regular motions, treat this like a case. I get that it's more high profile, and then put the case before a jury. And if a jury finds somebody guilty, then they're guilty, and then we move on. But they engage in all of these things that outside observers who already have so many questions because the Trump regime lies about everything, they look at it and they go, oh, so it's just more of the same BS from this regime. It's more of this crap. And they allow that argument to be made when they behave this way, Harry.
Some of them may take it that way. Others may be influenced. And just starting here, Ben, this is really improper because it could influence the jury pool. It's such a typical Trumpian move. They sort of paint with a broad brush. All these people are coming in. All these people are coming in and think they are able to use their ideological views to do violence. We cross the Rubicon. excuse me, we crossed the Rubicon January 6, 2021, when it's really what happened. And what was going on then, those defendants went to the same jail, and you had members of Congress actually talking about how deplorable the conditions in that jail were. Look, there are two things going on here. The Mighty Mighty probably understand this, but when people are housed and detained before trial, it's usually in jails, different facilities that can be more rugged for starters. And the DC the so-called CTF is a notorious one, terrible sanitation and the like. But you really put your finger on it. There's nothing that he was saying that was about the general conditions, even though that's what the January 6th defendants before, supported by certain Republican members in Congress, were saying. He's saying they are singling him out. And look, it's absolutely the case that when a guy like him goes into the jail, the jailers and everyone knows what he's there for. And it's also the case, typically someone in the most notorious crime like this would get preferential treatment because you want to make so sure that nothing happens to him in jail. In other words, the DOJ, professional DOJ, would be extra careful. Here, the word seems to be nothing is too good for this guy in terms of jail conditions. What Perot said, her answer to these charges, were to refer back to the crime and say, oh, this is a guy who is charged with, and for good reason, maybe threatening assassination of the president. What the hell does that have to do with whether or not he gets terrible conditions in the jail, as he's alleging, and apparently the magistrate thinks it's something there. But it's so telling of their mindset that what Perot's response is to invoke the facts of the crime for which he's charged, which is completely blind to the general point you make that everyone has the right to a presumption of innocence. And just in general, if he is being subjected to all kinds of nasty stuff with the tacit knowledge or even encouragement of Perot and the DOJ, well, it would be of a piece with how they're handling this and the kind of, hey, even beyond the crime that they are trying to make here. But the basic stance of a Perot here that this is really preferential treatment is just a complete misunderstanding or really a purposeful distortion of what the magistrate was saying. But the whole approach is just the opposite of how you would treat someone charged with this kind of serious crime typically. So it could well be that he's being really singled out and getting treatment no prisoner deserves. At least the U.S. should answer this. But instead, they just basically say, here's what the guy did. Nothing's too good for him. Why don't we, bring in, the rack and nail to torture him, since that was what his alleged crime was.
Look, it's got to be a by the book person sometime. I mean, you got to do it by the book. It's, and I know Trump and this DOJ, they're not by the book. You just, there's a book, literally, there's a manual. There's literally a DOJ book, the DOJ manual, which is the guiding North Star for how DOJ lawyers look at these things. And then within the book, there are sub books, and there are rules and rules within the rules. And we live, and we should want to live, in a rules-based system. Yeah. And we may think that rules are rigid sometimes and all, but they exist for a reason. And whether we're talking about a rules-based international order or rules-based systems, when you and I go to law school, we learn the rules and we teach the rules because that's how you create predictability, certainty, and avoid mistrials and avoid situations where justice is not served. And it's just, you're seeing here absurd behavior on cases like this, that when they blow up, Then the Trump regime, oh, the judge, Faruqi, look at him. He's got a last name like Faruqi. Let's post a photo of him and let's make implications there. And it's like, stop it. Just behave normally. Treat the guy the way you would normally treat the guy. Treat the prosecution the way you normally treat the prosecution. When you get a question from the press, say, you know what? It's an active case. We're going to let our motions do the speaking. We've already given the release. That's it. You're done. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, they never do that, and really, they run a risk. This is a strong case for them. Come on, we saw the video. She can talk about intent versus motivation, but this is something that you let the evidence do the talking, and instead, there are two ways that they're violating the rule book. First, as they always do, these incendiary and sometimes untrue statements talk about, that could be a basis for, let's say he's going to make a change of venue motion and there's all this nasty publicity from them. That could be a reason for reversing a conviction. But more generally, Ben, there is a specific rule book here. I've had some pretty high profile cases. This is even higher than them. But here's what you do. The defendant is doing just what you would expect the defendant to do, raising little things to kind of nip at the heels of the government. It looks as if Blanche made an extrajudicial statement, and it looks as if maybe the grand jury didn't hear everything. In the clear rule book here is be cool, DOJ. Understand this stuff is going to come at you because they don't really have the substance, and just let it go off your back. And instead, they take the bait, and Perot jumps onto Fox and screams and jumps up and down, creates more pretrial prejudice about what a terrible person this is. Oh, and by the way, they're flooding D.C. now with terrorists and transsexual sympathizers or whatever to come to do menace here. They are it's the opposite. And I'm not even talking now about ethics and the Constitution. I'm talking about basic competence. Be cool when you have a case like this, and don't get ruffled by there's going to be a dozen more little things that they'll try to make hay out of. And the more you bite on them, the more likely it is that a court will take them seriously, as indeed is happening right here, where you have a magistrate apologizing to the defendant, saying it looks as if, you were not given the kind of treatment that any prisoner deserves. Just stupid on top of everything else.
Everybody subscribe to Harry Litman's YouTube channel. It's called Talking Feds. So when this video ends, you hit subscribe here, you turn notifications on.
Good morning, all my good people. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the comment section. Voice your opinion. As long as you're not being no asshole, we're going to let you have your opinion. But then there's some people that just can't help it. But nonetheless, we are here. Subscribe. Let's get it.
You go to your search bar, you search Talking Feds, you go, oh, I know that guy. That's that handsome guy, Harry Litman, who I just saw with Ben. You subscribe right there, then subscribe to his podcast and his Substack with the same name. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, handsome.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast.
Biden and Obama is not the president right now, miss. Why you, or Shannon, I don't know if you're a girl or a dude, but either way. He says, what about Biden and Obama? That's the definition of incompetence. Good luck. I don't think you're coming with a serious, you're not coming with a truthful view. Obama did great. It was some shit that he did that I did not like, a lot of shit. But it does not outweigh the things that I liked. And what Trump is doing, man, listen, if you don't think that this is the worst shit you've ever seen, then something wrong with you. And your version of America is probably the worst version that it's ever been. That might have been the best version for you, but it don't mean it was the best version for everybody else. So what selfish motherfuckers would say is, oh, that was a great time. But guess what, sir? That shit over with. And that's why y'all running around this bitch with masks on, faking like you a white nationalist because you're scared to death.
And more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. Because we're going to tap right back into what we tapped into last night. Since you said Obama didn't really do great any more than what Trump was doing. How? When Trump just spent $500 billion, guess how much Obama spent to get his deal done? Zero. Obama freed up $1.7 billion of Iranian assets. Trump gave their ass $27 million. So what's more, 1.7 or 27? I'm going to let MAGA do the MAGA math and tell me how $1.7 billion is more than $27 billion. I'm waiting. Obama fixed all the bullshit that Bush did. Did you forget that? Did you forget that? And when Trump got in office, it was in great shape. It was in great shape. And he fucked that up.
We're going to go ahead and call into order our oversight hearing, field hearing here in the city of Los Angeles. And very grateful to everyone for being here today. And I want to just start by thanking, first and foremost, Mayor Bass. The mayor, of course, welcomed us to host this first hearing here in the city of Los Angeles. And I just want to thank her for her incredible leadership and for hosting us today in your city.
Hey, y'all, that motherfucker got the first 3 letters in his name is motherfucking Cap. So we know this motherfucker lying.
As you can see, we have numerous members.
Captain USA. Yeah, you Captain, all right. You doing a lot of fucking lying over there, bro. Just because you're not on the left. 9/11 left America in great shape. Really? Nigga, Obama wasn't in office for 9/11, you stupid bitch. Obama was in office for 9/11? Bruh, you real stupid. Hey, y'all, he said 9/11 left America in good shape. That was Bush, moron. Man, put that bottle of peach schnapps down and go your ass back to sleep, man. Burp, fart 2 or 3 times and try that shit again.
Of both the Oversight Committee as well as from our Los Angeles delegation here, and I want to thank them all for being here. My name is Robert Garcia. I am the ranking member on the Oversight Committee, and I also want to thank the other hosts that we have here in Los Angeles as well. Particularly want to thank City Council President Harris.
But not only that, Sim Racing, Bush was in office for 9/11, not Obama.
Dawson and all of our members of the LA County Supervisors, and certainly the entire council for their warm welcome. Particularly want to thank Congressman Jimmy Gomez. We are in his home district here in downtown Los Angeles, so it's great to be here with you as well. Now, we are here today because Oversight Democrats and Democrats across the country, and especially here in Los Angeles, are going on offense to protect due process and the Constitution. In Los Angeles, in Long Beach, in Chicago, in Phoenix, in Washington, D.C., in Charlotte, and across the country, Donald Trump has used ICE, DHS, and federal agents to bring terror, violence, and chaos to communities. He has sent mass agents into community after community where they have often assaulted innocent people, and as we know, not just immigrants, but also U.S. citizens. And they have arrested countless folks that are here working hard and American citizens that have at sometimes no idea why they're even being detained. They've devastated small businesses and families. They've held innocent people in inhumane conditions and deported innocent people oftentimes without due process. Now, today, Democrats on the Oversight Committee, joined by our outstanding colleagues in the Los Angeles congressional delegation, are going to take important testimony for the record and also ask some tough questions. I can't express enough how important it is for us to take official congressional record and public testimony for us to have as we advance our work. I also want folks to know that today, the Oversight Committee and Democrats launched our official Oversight Immigration Enforcement Dashboard. It is now live online. This is something that I spoke about actually with Mayor Bass when we were last together here in Los Angeles. The Oversight Immigration Enforcement Dashboard.
Hey, Pitt, I guess we got to engage these weirdos, but we're not spending too much time on lies. Here we go.
Is a dashboard that allows our committee to investigate and document and archive for the public record possible misconduct.
Hey, listen, y'all, we got almost 100 people in here. I need at least like 20 of y'all to go ahead and smash that like button, man, so we can bring more traffic, more attention, and more awareness to the topic at hand, as well as the live stream. So make that happen for me, man. It's free, costs you nothing, but it helps the channel out a great deal, and I sure appreciate you for it.
Conducts by federal agents, ICE, and DHS. We already have over 250 documented instances that are now live on this dashboard, and we're working with numerous organizations to also ensure that we are getting the right information on the site. Importantly is that the public can also now submit possible actions of misconduct on the site, and then they're reviewed by our committee, then to be posted for the public. We believe this is the only major oversight or dashboard around immigration enforcement that currently exists. And so we're really proud of this work, and I want to thank the staff and the community for working.
We got to watch this one, Pitt. You know what what I said about them highs.
Put this together, and it is, as of this morning, now launched on the Oversight Democrats website. We, of course, are committed to holding agencies accountable to stop any sort of crimes and attacks on our Constitution. Now, today we're going to hear from elected leaders, leading experts on our immigration system, labor leaders, business owners, faith leaders, educators, and most importantly, the community. We're going to hear about violations of our rights and crimes being committed by our own government. And our message is clear. Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, we are watching you, and we're going to ensure that we get justice for our communities. We will hold those that are breaking our Constitution and denying due process accountable. Now, the American people are also watching. In this country, no one is above the law, and the Constitution protects everyone. The Constitution clearly states that due process is afforded to all people, not just U.S. citizens, but non-citizens and others alike. All people in this country are afforded due process in our Constitution. Now, we've worked tirelessly to free innocent people, of course, who've been sent to different detention centers with no due process. Some of us here even traveled to El Salvador to highlight the injustice that was happening there to so many people that were sent to one of the worst prisons on earth. And we'll continue to stand up to this administration who are revoking even legal status for members of our community. We know that this is a nation of immigrants, and Donald Trump is attacking the very identity of our country. Right now, whether you are documented or not, whether you are seeking asylum at our border, or you have been here for decades, you could be targeted by this administration. Let me just finally, before I turn this over to the mayor, I just want to say this is also very personal, not just for me, but for
sometimes you got to just hit them with the old-fashioned shit, Pitt.
Many of us that are immigrants ourselves. I came to the U.S. when I was a young child. I received the great privilege of becoming a U.S. citizen in my early 20s. I spent most of my life not knowing if I would have a future in this country. I spent my college years looking at my class.
James, you got to do better than that. And you got to go to a different chat with that one. That's not going to work here, sir. Obama had your woman wanting to get that pussy up.
Mates in the same classrooms, knowing that they had a future of work, while I was unsure what my future would look like as someone that was not fully documented as a citizen. And I tell people that when I raised my right hand to become a U.S. citizen, that was the proudest day of my life. I'm grateful to this country. I'm grateful to the opportunity that it provides to those that seek opportunity.
Just how y'all type Obama could have fucked all y'all wives. Promise.
With their families. And every single person in this country who works hard, who's doing right by our law.
And we appreciate you taking the risk to be here. And I particularly want to mention 1LA, 1LA who approached the mayor's office and suggested that we do hearings like this. But I want to especially thank our ranking member, Robert Garcia. You just mentioned in your opening comments you didn't know what the future would bring for you. Well, look at what the future brought for you. One of the most powerful positions in Congress that we look forward to you moving from ranking member to chair very shortly. But I want to thank you.
I was on my knees in the middle of a war
Smash
zone,
that like
clutching
button.
a dying bird
likes
to my
up.
chest.
Let's get them likes up.
No one understood why.
Like I said, man, even if you don't agree with everything I say, that's fine. But if you're on the channel, you're watching the live stream, please hit the like so we can get these numbers up, man. More numbers, more numbers.
I want to thank you, family members snatched off the street, chased through parking lots, and brutally detained by masked men. I think of those Angelenos who are detained or who have been deported as we enter this holiday season. Thousands of families will miss family members over the holidays. I think of the economic impact the raids have had. Sector of the Los Angeles economy cannot function without immigrant labor. LA's fashion district, construction, hospitality industries are a few examples. I think of the emotional impact this has had on Angelenos, especially children who live in fear and people who are still reluctant to leave their homes. On January 6th, we knew that we were part of an experiment to see how much the American people would tolerate. This unprecedented misuse of the U.S. military, federalizing the National Guard and sending 4,000 troops here, deploying 700 U.S. Marines, the city seriously felt under attack from our own government. The fear that blanketed this city is difficult to describe, frankly, because it's so hard to believe it actually happened. The U.S. Marines and the majority of the National Guard have left, but the injury they inflicted on Los Angeles remains. And make no mistake, the raids and the terror continue in the city. The raids don't dominate the nightly news, but just about every day, immigrant enforcement actions continue. Legalized racial profiling continues. We knew the experiment would travel to other cities, and it seems the tactics have been more brutal at each stop. During each attack, U.S. citizens have been brutalized and detained, including individuals who are in this country legally, properly attending required annual immigration appointments, are simply going to work in school, have been stopped and detained. Many Angelenos are understanding that they must now carry identification that documents their immigration status. To me, this is reminiscent of passes needed by African Americans in the Jim Crow South or by Black South Africans under the apartheid regime. Congress members, we asked for this hearing so we could develop a record of this moment in history. I applaud the formation of the dashboard. We wanted you to begin the investigation as the actions are continuing to happen. What usually happens is years later, an investigation begins to document, but we wanted to document this assault on our democracy right now. So in the future, those can be held accountable for actions that are essentially weakening our stability and weakening our democracy. It is my understanding that Ranking Members Garcia and Senator Blumenthal have demanded records from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. This hearing truly addresses a crisis that we cannot ignore. Los Angeles will
This will piss them off right here, y'all.
not stay silent while Angelenos' rights are violated. We are here to demand accountability, we are here to demand transparency, and we are calling on Congress to act before more families are torn apart. Los Angeles is built by immigrants, powered by workers, and strengthened by our diversity. We will not allow our people, our economy, or our core values to become casualties of illegal federal actions. Angelenos deserve justice. Immigrant families deserve justice. U.S. citizens deserve justice, and the Constitution requires it. Let me now acknowledge Council President Marquise Harris Dawson, Council Member Heather Hutt, Council Member Isabel Jurado, Council Member Eunice Hernandez, Council Member Hugo Soto Martinez, and Council Member Adrian Nazarian. And I yield my time.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. We're gonna begin our first panel. Our first panel is local elected leaders who are going to speak to the impact of ICE and CBP and other activity on their communities. We're going to first hear from Mayor Rex Richardson from Long Beach. We're then going to hear from two of our LA County supervisors, Janice Hahn and Hilda Solis, who I'll add are also both former members of Congress. And so thank you both for your service there. Then we'll be hearing from two LA City Council members, Hugo Soto Martinez, and of course, Eunice Hernandez. And so to all of our panelists today, thank you for joining us. As a reminder, this panel will provide testimony. We'll not be taking questions after this panel. That will be for the community panel after. And everyone is
It's the picture pit.
recognized for 3 minutes. Mayor of Long Beach, Mayor Richardson, you're recognized for your 3-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to get this mic. Okay, great. Ranking Member Garcia, members of the Oversight Committee, thank you for hosting this important hearing. My name is Rex Richardson. I serve as mayor of the city of Long Beach, California. I'm here today because what is happening in my city is not immigration enforcement. It is state-sponsored intimidation targeting families, workers, entire neighborhoods through discriminatory profiling, unconstitutional stops, and acts of violence. Long Beach is the second largest city in Los Angeles County, home to 500,000 people. The city built, sustained, and enriched by generations of immigrants from all corners of the world. We honor their contributions, and we insist that every member of our community is deserving of dignity. But since June, that dignity has been under direct and deliberate assault. Since June, more than 50 Long Beach residents have been seized off our streets, people on the way to work, parents dropping off their children, gardeners, car wash workers on their shifts, caregivers walking home from nightly duty. We saw 11 abductions in a single afternoon just last Thursday, very brutal incidents. The most devastating toll has fallen on children, suddenly left without a parent, a guardian, or a sense of safety or security. As a father of 2 little girls, I'm heartbroken by the stories of children from my community watching their parents disappear into unmarked vehicles, no explanation, no due process, no information on where their parents were taken, and no assurance on whether they will ever see them again. Federal agents have appeared masked and armed outside preschools, churches, grocery stores, and parks, places where our families gather. No civilian community in the United States should be subjected to a paramilitary force patrolling its schools, its parks, and its neighborhoods. We've also seen incidents that defy any standard of professional law enforcement. In June, a federal agent, drunk, armed, and out of control, stormed into a Long Beach restaurant, harassed patrons, forced his way into the women's restroom, and then assaulted responding Long Beach police officers trying to do their jobs. His conduct endangered residents and our officers and reflect a complete breakdown in the discipline and oversight. Residents who are in this country legally have been tackled on sidewalks, pulled from bicycles without cause, no identification, no warrants, simply because someone looked like a person that they were hoping to find. This is not public safety. This is racial profiling. This is abuse of power. It's trauma funded by federal tax dollars and carried out right here on American soil. Long Beach has acted decisively to protect our community by funding legal defense and expanded Know Your Rights education, emergency financial assistance, mobilizing food and basic needs networks, establishing ICE-free zones on city property, strengthening our policies to prevent local involvement in discriminatory federal actions by city employees. What we see happening is an erosion of public trust. And if we tolerate government power being weaponized against one group, it opens the door for it to be weaponized against every group. So this is a dangerous slope. What is happening in Long Beach is now happening in American cities all across the country. So we need federal accountability. Congress must act to end the use of masked, unmarked federal agents in civilian neighborhoods, require warrants, transparency, and due process in all enforcement actions, investigate patterns of racial profiling, excessive force, and misconduct, ensure that no federal agency is permitted to operate an unregulated, unaccountable paramilitary force in American cities. And instead of wasting our taxpayer dollars on breaking our communities apart, Congress should focus on investing in things that make us safer, like affordable housing and health care for our most vulnerable families. We can choose an America that honors its founding promise that every person is entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, regardless of how they pray, who they love, or where they belong. That's the America that Long Beach is fighting for, and that's the America that this committee has the power and the obligation to defend. Thank you.
The pressure is dropping and it feels amazing. Then the game opens a new work area. Great. Another pile, another problem.
Whiteout Survival. Play free now.
This settlement check completely changed my life, and it came from a car accident I almost forgot about.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to now, of course, thank Supervisor Hahn, who's also recognized for her 3-minute statement.
Thank you. Good morning. Of course, to my friend, ranking member of the House Oversight.
He divided the country. Yeah, listen. This is the irony of the delusion of mad white people. I'm going to just go ahead and say that, because that's who the fuck it is. Now, listen. They talking about Obama divided the country, right? And I love this. And he did. But he divided the country because y'all was pissed off because a black man won the fucking presidency. That's why the country got divided. Because all of the bigots and all of the insecure people couldn't take it that a black man was your motherfucking daddy. And you was upset. And he did that shit with his nuts hanging. The motherfucker was walking cooler than the motherfucking polar bear's toenails and the penguin's ass. And y'all was upset. It made y'all so fucking mad that Obama ain't never sweat. That motherfucker ain't age. He look fucking good. He talked real cool. Everybody applauded him. You didn't hear nobody fucking disrespecting America. You didn't hear nobody disrespecting him. And the only people who was mad was poor little white America. Oh, God, why do we have to have a black president? Why? Dude, it's not fucking fair. It's not fucking fair. Look at this shit, man. Now, with some of the shit he did, I didn't like. I'm not going to sit up here and say I loved everything he did. But I tell you what, I don't like shit that Trump did. Nah, I take that back. I do love what he did. I like the fact that he brought out all of the closet bigots and all of the closet Proud Boys and all of the closet Democrats who faking like they are this savior to the human race. Yeah, he brought out the Democrats, he brought out the Republicans, he brought out MAGAs, he brought out all that shit. That's some shit I love that he did. Let's separate and find out who's who. Brilliant. The only thing is, he didn't know he was doing that shit. He didn't know he was doing that, but now we see all y'all motherfuckers online, typing. Keep typing. That's how you're going to be identified, motherfuckers.
Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia, for holding this very important hearing. And thank you to all the members, some of you are my former colleagues, who took the time to be here to hear the stories of what our residents have been going through. The communities I represent have been terrorized by ICE since June.
Hold on. Sim says, not only is Obama a better president, one night with him and Melania would be actually smiling. It would be her first time, or it'd be her first man-sized dick in 2 decades. Smash that like button, somebody. God damn it. Obama done brought him to the chat pit. I told you, look at the numbers. We had 202 viewers, man. We need y'all to, I need 50 of y'all who, 50 of y'all who love President Obama right now. Double tap your screen if you're on the cell phone and tap that thumbs up if you're on the computer. Let's go.
They hit Long Beach hard this past week, chasing down and tackling a gardener working at Polly's Pies, a Long Beach institution, in front of customers who were.
Shout out to Skeeter in the chat. Skeeter says we need Obama to bring decency and professionalism back to the presidency, because right now we got a motherfucking gorilla. We got an orangutan with a red motherfucking tie, bad table manners. Got to get it together. Very bad table manners. And we at the tables looking like some motherfucking fools, man. You got to hem up your goddamn pants. And you got to look presentable, man. Right now, we looking like some slobs.
Eating there. They raided a church. They questioned terrified parents waiting for their children outside an elementary school. They are not communicating with local law enforcement, and we know they are not targeting violent criminals. They're targeting people based on the color of their skin or their...
Bingo. Let me see what the chat is talking about, because the chat is on fire right now. Hey, Pitt, didn't I tell you? I know how to run these people's brains. Skeeter, salute, and welcome to the chat, champ. Nobody on the red side should be talking about programming, because it's clear, based on the fucking copy and paste statements that y'all put in chats. It's amazing. I'm like, damn, they think just alike. Oh no, they just type alike. Oh, they're fucking copying and pasting shit. Left wing, right wing, all the same game. I'm gonna go ahead and say that, but the only difference is I don't see the left online just fucking blatantly. Nah, I do see the left online blatantly lying, but it's mostly politicians. It ain't the fucking people who claim to be left. Because one thing you gotta know, and this channel will tell you, is that ain't none of us Democrats or Republicans. We are the fucking people. We don't belong to no political party. You can vote for a political party, but that don't mean you going to dinner with them motherfuckers. That don't mean they gonna come and say, hey, dude, we need you to come over to the RNC and serve fucking Coke on mirrors. They not gonna never let you in the club like that. They just want your vote, and then it's fuck you. So while y'all are pledging your allegiance to this motherfucking political party, they don't give a fuck about you. And now the man at the top don't give a fuck about the politicians. And you can clearly see that. If you fucking with Trump, your ass is going to jail. Everybody who went to bat for him in his first term went to fucking jail, right? Motherfuckers went to jail. And then in his second term, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, Todd Blanche, who else? His whole fucking cabinet. Them bitches going to jail too. He just ain't gonna put his own people in jail. But when the motherfucking jig is up, A lot of people going to jail. And that's a fact.
Accent or the place that they work. And they are violating our residents' rights every day that they are on our streets. They raided a swap meet.
My God, you liberals are beyond ignorant. Well, can you bring some fucking policy facts instead of just saying people are ignorant? Because I just gave you a whole bunch of fucking information on why your president sucks. I just gave you extensive fucking reasons why he sucked. And the only thing you got to say is we're ignorant? Oh, it would seem like you're ignorant because you ain't talking no fucking facts. You just coming on here, knock-kneed, and not talking about shit. Bring some fucking facts. We need a true negotiator to interact with the Iranian war because ankle muffin tops because ankle muffin tops can't handle it. Hey man, listen. I'm just reading the comments. This is not my views. I didn't call this man ankle muffin tops. But what we got to understand is he not doing the fucking job. Iran said if y'all want to negotiate, bring me Obama. Let me talk to the big dog. You know what I'm saying? They done already said that. They said that if y'all want us to negotiate with somebody, we only want to speak to President Obama. We don't want to talk to fucking Chucky. And that's just a fact. I just told you all facts. Your president is being accused of lewd acts with minors, by minors, when they were minors. And he also is friends. See, in the court of law, it's certain things that prove certain things. When your best friend was Jeffrey Epstein, who you wrote letters to and sent birthday cards to corroborate how close you was, and then to say, when he gets locked up, hey guys, I knew what he was doing. I knew he was doing shit with underage girls. Bitch, yes, you did know. Because your bitch ass was with him. You was in on it. And you thought he was going to rat you out, so you tried to rat him out first. Man, listen. All y'all who spew and say Donald Trump told on Epstein and he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Well, the question you need to be asking, motherfucker, is why the fuck was he ever there? Why was he there? I don't gotta kick a motherfucking pedo out if he was never fucking invited to my house. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck do I need to kick a vile person out of my house when they should have never been fucking invited? You see what I'm saying? You don't have to kick a fucking vile person out of your house if they was never fucking there. But if they was there and y'all was friends and then this motherfucker get locked up and you call after the fact to say you knew what he was doing, you just admitted that you're part of this shit. That's what you just did. Genius. You think you're so fucking smart that you can hang out with a motherfucker who's been under investigation for the last fucking 20 years and you can snitch your way out of it by calling and saying, I knew what he was doing? Well, if you knew what he was doing, why the fuck didn't you call before he was locked up? Because you was in on it. Now I'm bringing y'all that hot shit. Because your ass was in on it. Enough of me sitting in here playing in the chat with morons who think that they're coming in here to fucking disrupt the truth. You can't disrupt the truth. The truth is going to make its way to the ears of the fucking people that matter. So you can't come in here and type your little sissy chat that's going to stop something. Because I ain't even got to look at the fucking screen. How about that? You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is, yeah, we're not going to let this one go. All y'all people who out here protecting pedos, guess what? It's documented. It's documented. Everything that you online typing is documented, sir. So when it's all said and done, we ain't gonna have to go and look to see who was the revenge of the nerds. We're gonna know who y'all are. We're gonna know who y'all are. Yeah, let's go Obama. Because if you think Trump could beat Obama in a presidential race, you're fucking tripping. And you're sniffing. He can't beat that motherfucker in nothing. A game of chess, a motherfucking game of tennis. I don't give a fuck what it is. It ain't nothing. He ain't fucking better than him. He ain't doing nothing better than Obama. His hair worse. His skin is worse. Every fucking thing. He not beating Obama in no... I don't give a fuck what it was. He ain't shooting dice better than Obama. He just ain't better. Period.
In Santa Fe Springs, and multiple witnesses said, if you looked Hispanic in any way, they just took you. In Whittier, ICE arrested a man walking on the sidewalk only to be forced to release him hours later because even though he was a Mexican national, he was here completely legally on a tourist visa. In October, they grabbed 3 men just out for a walk in LA County's Friendship Park in my neighborhood in San Pedro. When our LA County Parks and Recreation employees asked for identification, the ICE agents threatened to arrest them. And in July, ICE agents were caught on CCTV.
Obama is a big 40 who hates America. Did you mean to put Trump, motherfucker? I just need to know. Hey, Pitt, this how you piss MAGA off. Put a picture of Obama up that bitch. Strong. Looking good. Look at this motherfucking skin. His shit is glowing. You know what I'm saying? Now wait for somebody to come up here and say, but he has a white mama. His mom's white. Go ahead. Claim Obama like y'all been wanting to. It's all right. Y'all can claim the white half of him. Only thing about interracial shit is ain't no half, motherfucker. Oh, shit. Holy shit. Goddamn. Hey. So listen. Y'all remember, does the word tent spike mean anything to y'all? Hey, Pitbull. Does the word tent spike mean anything to anybody in this motherfucking chat? I just need to know. Hold on. He said Obama accomplished nothing. Let me show y'all something. Since y'all mad about Obama, let me show y'all asses something. I'll show y'all something since y'all so fucking mad about Obama. Let's see. Where is it? I know what y'all mad about. Let me show y'all. So y'all mad about Obama. Is that what y'all mad about? Let me find it. Where is it? And you can't get past this one, goddammit. As soon as I find it, y'all go. Oh, here it go. Boom. All right, so let's talk about what Obama did. All right? Let's talk about what Obama did since you want to talk about obesity. Y'all triggered? Y'all mad? Yeah. Obamacare has been working fine. I got braces on my motherfucking teeth and shit. My shit's straight. Unlike yours. But listen, Here go what Obama did, since y'all want to talk about Obama, right? 2015 Iran nuclear deal versus the Trump 2026 loss to Iran. All right, so here in 2015, we had the Obama administration. 2026, you know, we have the fucking dumpster fire. Now, how many people were killed, hurt, or injured in 2015 dealing with this nuclear deal? Meaning, Obama made it so that these people made a fucking pact that they would not deal in nuclear arms. And Obama did that for them. Now, the number of people who are dead, which is undetermined right now, it might even be 520 as far as we fucking know, because this administration has not been transparent about anything and they hide things and suppress information. I've brought information that was 2 weeks old when the mainstream media in the United States finally said something. It was fucking 2 weeks later. So we have no idea how many people are injured or dead, but I can guarantee you it's over 520 without a doubt. I believe it's more people dead than 520, but hey, that's to be determined. Now, 520 motherfuckers have been injured or killed. They're willing to admit that it's at least 16, which we all know that number is probably multiplied by a fucking 10. It's probably 160. And I'm just being, optimistic about that number. 520 motherfuckers dead or killed. Now, how much money did Obama provide for Iran to not have nuclear shit, okay? The whole reason that Obama made the deal with them was to stop their nuclear aspirations. Now, he freed up 1.7 billion of their assets, as you can see clearly right here. 1.7 billion, and every fucking day somebody from MAGA says, Obama sent them a plane full of cash, $1.7 billion. And then we look over here on the right, in 2026, President Dum Dum sent their asses $25 fucking million. Billion. 25 billion. So, how many fucking times can 1.7 go into a 25? How many fucking times can 1.7 go into 25? God damn. Now, with that being said, do y'all want me to pull my motherfucking calculator out? One of y'all smart motherfucking MAGAs. I know somebody. Everybody in MAGA not stupid. So somebody do the math. How many fucking times can 1.7 go into 25? We know that motherfucker can go into that bitch at least 15 times easy. So with that being said, you just got to stop being stupid. He gave these motherfuckers $25 billion. And y'all still crying because Obama gave them an airplane with some fucking cash in it. That was $1.7 billion. And this motherfucker gave up $25 fucking billion. And how much did it cost Obama to do the fucking deal? So 0 deaths, less money. And the cost of the fucking deal was 0.0 motherfucking 0. He ain't spent no fucking money to stop these motherfuckers from having nuclear shit, right? Now, Trump's whole idea, this how dumb he is. He goes into the shit talking about Iran cannot have nuclear weapons when they never fucking had them. And they wasn't thinking about them until your ass got in office. Now, how much did it cost President Trump How much did it cost President Trump? $500 billion war, motherfuckers. I don't care if you care or not, you fucking piece of wet grass. It doesn't matter to me whether you care or not. I just happen to see your stupid ass comment. Now, look at this shit. So I can count probably 1,000 fucking bodies, 525 billion motherfucking dollars, and Obama didn't spend a fucking dollar to make his goddamn deal. Sent it to their asses in an airplane. $1.7 billion and no nuclear shit. This motherfucker spent $525 billion. The motherfucker Strait of Hormuz is now closed. The whole world got to pay more money for motherfucking energy, petroleum, because Dum went over there fucking with some people, got a worse motherfucking deal, and MAGA still don't know what the fuck is going on. These motherfuckers are still drenched in dumbness. Yeah, fuck the Democratic Party. I ain't with the fucking Democratic Party. They a bunch of fucking liars too. It's just that the Democratic Party ain't on this bitch acting like they the best party. And most people in the Democratic Party would tell you that the Democratic Party is not fucking perfect, and they a bunch of fucking liars too. They're a bunch of fucking pedos too. But it's people over there that would tell your ass that. It ain't nobody on the red side that would tell you that this shit is a bunch of a crock of shit. The only way they're gonna come out and tell you that is when they leave post. Once they leave the post, then they'll tell you how fucking whack MAGA was. But they're not gonna tell you why they still in that motherfucker. They need to cleanse themselves about 2 or 3 years to make sure that they're not recognized as MAGA no motherfucking more. Then they would tell you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with no motherfucking body. I would never, ever join no think tank of a group. For what? I got my own motherfucking mind to think. I can see. I don't need a fucking some motherfuckers who don't know their way telling me which way I should fucking go. The blind leading the motherfucking blind. That's what it is when you join a fucking political party. You don't gotta be part of no fucking party. They just want your votes, dummies. Demonically led globalists. Man, get the fuck out of here. Hold on, let me read what you saying first. He says, it's a bananas. Whatever the fuck that means. Demonically led globalists to apples. Divine led sovereignness. Comparison. Man, what the fuck are you talking about? Bro, I don't know what. Say that shit to somebody who give a fuck. Do our soldiers remember their oaths? Fuck them oaths. Fuck them oaths. Y'all motherfuckers lost, man. Rock James, what it do? But this the real stats right here. So y'all could be mad at it all you want. You're full of crap. Go to bed. Man, listen. You white and that shit upsets you when you see shit like this. Y'all gotta be a little bit stronger than that. It don't say dead. It says injured or dead. But my thing is this. What makes you think that it's not 520 dead? We done had 13 bases bombed and evacuated. What would make you think that it's not more than fucking 16 people dead? And the other thing is this. Why in the fuck would you believe this administration when they've been lying about everything? They redacted the motherfuckers' names who was actually the DOJ in there right now redacted the fucking perpetrators' names from the files, motherfuckers. What more do I gotta tell you that you don't already know? You ask me where I'm getting these figures from. It's definitely 520 people wounded. Well, 16 of those they're saying are deaths. I'm saying this, that the administration ain't running on no motherfucking type of honesty, so how could I believe that it's only 16 people dead? I don't believe it's only fucking 16 people dead. You know what I'm saying? Period. Y'all can say whatever y'all want about Obama. You know motherfucker well he's better than your father. He's better than your president. And he's better than you. If he piss, you should get a cup, motherfucker. Real shit. And I know y'all mad. I know it's making y'all mad. That's why I'm saying it. That's why I got his picture up here. You know, you got to understand this, and you got to know how to fucking set the trap for the people that you want to come into your live stream. I knew motherfucker well if I put this picture up, MAGA was going to run in this bitch with your helmets off. And I was going to crack your motherfucking head, which I did. Now look at y'all. All y'all got is insults. Y'all ain't saying nothing politically. Y'all ain't saying shit that means nothing when it comes to what he did and how people looked at him as a fucking leader when he was the president versus how they look at this dude on the right as a fucking president. They look at him like a clown. That's why he got that fucking nose on. When Obama walk in the room, motherfuckers stand the fuck up. They applaud. They clap. And the little bit of you motherfuckers who act like y'all don't like him, y'all don't even got the balls to not like him in public. It got to be a group of y'all to sit around and say, I hate Obama. Oh man, Obama was the divider. The fact that y'all motherfuckers all repeat he was the divider only solidifies that he divided you, or you divided your motherfucking self because you couldn't take it. Y'all was upset. Y'all didn't want Obama to be the president. Y'all didn't want Obama to shoot a motherfucking jumper from the corner, tray ball, all motherfucking nets, and then go sign an executive order and say, fuck you. Y'all didn't like that. Y'all didn't like the fact that motherfucker walked like he was from motherfucking Harlem or some motherfucking where. Y'all didn't like that. Y'all didn't like it. Y'all didn't like that Michelle Obama was a beautiful black motherfucking woman with some pretty ass features. And y'all motherfuckers was so fucking mad that y'all made up narratives when the fucking first lady right now is a prostitute who done laid down, got cum shot up in her ass, and got her whole motherfucking jumper cables jumped by Epstein, all kind of motherfuckers. And then y'all fucking president married the hoe. So you can say what you want about Obama. She ain't never sold her pussy. She ain't never been trafficked by some motherfucking old greasy ass hairy back. You know what I'm saying? Pimps and shit. I don't care about that neither, David. My dick is bigger than yours. Yeah. Big Mike. Nah, that's Big Obama and your girl. That's Big Obama dropping dick on y'all girls. Now just imagine if Obama was fucking your wife. Your kids would be, you know what I'm talking about? It's not gonna work here. Y'all just mad because when I put this man up on the screen, all y'all look stupid. Y'all was mad at y'all wives and shit, telling them don't look at the fucking TV when Obama come on. He was a fucking sex symbol. Y'all was hating. He could have fucked your grandmother on some Jim Crow dick. Hey, Pitt, triggered. Hey, can y'all do me a favor, though? Can y'all make sure y'all smash that like button and y'all hit subscribe? For anybody on here who know, oh, shit, 342 subscribers, we moving. Double tap that screen. Pitbull, we got them triggered. Let's go. Double tap that screen when y'all coming to the live. It's a beautiful day to be a beautiful motherfucking day. But listen, Obama had y'all wives, man. Obama had y'all motherfucking wives and that bitch doing dishes with the wet pussy. And y'all was hot. You was mad as a motherfucker. Brad Pitbull, you know what it is. This is what I do. Yeah, gayest channel, but your wife was over that motherfucker washing them dishes with that pussy wet. I guarantee you that. Obama had your wives, locked in. That bitch is ready going, you know what? Some of y'all wives got a new hairstyle fucking with Obama. Yeah. Obama had y'all motherfucking wives ready to risk it fucking all. This channel blows, Bob, but guess who else blow? Your wife. I see you in the chat. Welcome back, Brad Pitt. What it do? Yeah, Obama was a failure for you, motherfucker. You know what I'm talking about? He was a failure for you. But this what I need y'all to know. I need all you motherfucking Chud the Builders to know that if Trump running in 2028, guess who the fuck he running against? Yeah, your daddy. Yeah, old Beezy, old big boy, old Blackity. Yeah, your ass is in trouble. I can guarantee you this. Trump won't beat that motherfucker. All right, we ready to put up a poll. We about to put up a poll. It's about to be a new poll. Y'all lost that one. It's about to be a poll. In your opinion, all right, in your opinion, can Trump beat Barack Hussein in a fucking presidential election? Now, I want all y'all in the chat. First, if you think he can beat him in an election, type 1 in the chat right now. If you think no fucking way he could beat Obama, type 2 in the chat right now. I'm trying to see something. 1 if you think Trump could win. 2 if you think he'll lose. Let's go. What y'all think? Because I know the fucking answer. We all know the goddamn answer. There you go. And I see you, chat. I see you, chat. I see you, chat. Two, if you think there's no fucking way he could beat Obama. Two, if you think he can't beat him, and 1 if you think he could beat him. What do y'all think? What do you motherfuckers think? Even though we all fucking know. We all know. That motherfucker couldn't even beat Joe Biden. How the fuck you beating Obama? Mr. Big Angry says 3. What the fuck does that mean? Maybe? You don't know? Type 1 in the chat if you think Trump will win. Type 2 in the chat if you think Trump will lose versus President Obama. Huh? Y'all know motherfucker well he ain't beat no Obama. Yeah. He ain't more of a chimp than motherfucking Trump. Y'all know who the chimps are. The people with hair on their fucking backs. Look, them twos coming through. I see some ones. How many more twos we gonna get up in here? I seen some ones though. It's a lot of y'all that's delusional. I see some delusional motherfuckers. 2 times 1,000. God damn it, man. All right, here go the poll. Now we're gonna get the official numbers now. I see you, chat. I see you, chat. Huh? Here we go. But listen, don't be mad at Obama. That's where y'all fucked up. Now y'all motherfuckers done got y'all public assistance taken. They done shut the welfare down. And a lot of y'all motherfuckers are hurting for that shit. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is go and look at the numbers. Before y'all put Trump in office, he said he was going to cut welfare. Y'all should have looked and seen who the fuck was on it the most. Republicans. Y'all should have looked and seen who the fuck was on welfare the most before you cut it out. Now y'all farms and shit fucked up. Because you was on public assistance. Yeah, farmers. I ain't never heard of no fucking farmers getting public assistance. Motherfucker growing all that food and your ass need public assistance. Damn. They vote against their own best interest. Exactly. All you had to do was go and look and see that your ass was getting more public assistance than anybody, and you should have known that that wasn't for you. Same thing with Mexicans and Latinos. I ain't going to say just Mexicans, but foreigners. Y'all voted for a motherfucker who's trying to get rid of foreigners. Tell me how that's working for y'all. Tell me how is that working for y'all. Y'all, we got 408 people in the live. I need at least 200 of y'all to hit the like button, man. Let's keep the numbers up. Let's keep these numbers up. Because the more people we bring in here, the better the conversation can be. And guess what? The more that we talk to different people, the more that we're going to figure this shit out. So smash that like button, double tap that screen. No matter what side you on, you got a voice right here in this live stream. We ain't going to kick you out. We ain't going to goddamn suppress your message. But you got to be respectful about it. So whatever. Man, it ain't going to be no ICE agents left because all ICE agents is getting locked up for sexual misconduct with minors. So ICE going to ICE they self out. I'm trying to tell you. Them motherfuckers are in jail. Most of them. I ain't gonna say most of them, but a good amount of them. For sexual misconduct with minors. Can y'all tell me over in the white community, what's going on with that though? It's a lot of lewd acts with minors. What the fuck is going on with that, man? I need to know. Because it's starting to be a little weird, man. It's getting alarming. Just how many people is down with that. But look at this, y'all. Trump spent $525 billion motherfucking dollars. Right? $525 billion. Obama spent 1.7. Nobody died, and it didn't cost him a dime. Are y'all awake? Are y'all paying attention? Double tap that screen when y'all coming to the live. Let's get them likes up, man. Let's get them likes. My bad, y'all. But yeah, we need the likes. We need 100 likes in this live. We over 300 goddamn viewers. Let's get them likes up. MAGA is the racist, rapist party. God damn. Smash that like button. Who was that? Friction Witch or Friction Hitch says that MAGA is the racist, rapist party. What do y'all think about that, MAGA? Is that shit true? Because, I mean, from the looks of what's going on in the news and from the looks that's going on and shit that's going on in the news, it's overwhelming, to say the least. Trump blew Bubba. Goddamn, Rock James. Smash that like button, man. Double tap that screen. Hey, man, y'all need to subscribe to the channel. Any of y'all that's vibing with this live stream, I do this shit multiple times a day, every day. When some news hit the scene, I'm going to be talking about it. So subscribe to the channel. We on a race to 1,000 subscribers. We'll get this channel popping a little bit more. And we're going to do some Q&As. We're going to do some call-ins. We're going to do a whole lot of shit. But guess what? You're invited, whether you agree with what I'm saying or don't agree with what I'm saying. This what we doing. Patriot Front and Trump all blew Bubba. Damn. Double tap that screen, y'all. They going in the chat. Double tap that screen, y'all. Smash the like button. We in this bitch. I see the poll. 57% say Trump cannot beat no goddamn Obama. You got to be out of your goddamn mind. Go and tap into the poll, y'all. We got 124 votes. I'm going to try to wait till it gets to like 500 votes. Smash that like button while you at it. But as you can see right here, just this right here. Now, of course, MAGA and people who support Trump are going to say, those are lies. The only thing on here you could probably dispute is the 520. But we do know at least 520 people. Well, let's see. Subtract 16 from the 520. You know what I'm saying? We know at least 504 motherfuckers were injured. And they're willing to admit that 16 people were killed. But we know that three motherfuckers just got killed over last weekend. So we can take that from what? 16 to 19, which I believe is way more than that. In the chat, real quick. If you think that the numbers that our news supplies saying that there's only 16 deaths is bullshit, type 1 in the chat. If you think that they're telling us that we only had 16 deaths and it's actually true, then type 2. So type 2 for true and type 1 for bullshit. Right now, in the chat, let's go. I'm going to go ahead and say bullshit. The numbers that they putting out there is bullshit. Let's go. Let's hear it. You think it was only fucking 2? If you think it's only 19 people dead, type 2. And why in the fuck would you believe this administration saying that it's only goddamn 19 people died and 13 bases got hit and evacuated? Meaning they blew that shit up. I didn't say, see, look, he said, what a lie, saying, y'all motherfuckers trying to move the goalposts. I didn't say that nobody died during his fucking term. I said nobody died during the fucking deal. This shit ain't about the presidency. It's about the deal. Dummy. It says 2015 Iran nuclear deal, 2026 Iran loss. Trump administration, Obama administration. It ain't saying that nobody died during his term. It's saying nobody died during the fucking deal. I ain't got to sit up here and lie. Y'all can have the lies. We not on here to lie. We on this bitch getting y'all asses turned up. Smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. That's all I can tell you. If you like this type of live stream where your voice is going to be heard, you might get your goddamn comments read, hey, subscribe to the channel. That's all I can tell you. Subscribe to the goddamn channel. That deal gave billions of our tax dollars to Iran for a nuclear fucking weapon. What? No, it didn't. $1.7 billion was money that was already theirs, that we had tied up. So we made the assets available. Rage bait BS. Does this make you rage? Is this pissing you off? Because I mean for it to piss your ass off. Now get in line, fool. I'm here to piss you off, buddy. But I'm going to piss you off with the truth. Come on, y'all. We need 24 more likes and we at 100 likes. Let's go. 24 more likes. Smash that like button. The only standards MAGA has are double standards. AK, I like how you think, girl. I like how you think. The nonsense of this channel. Ishmael, who is you? You could leave. Blaspheming God and every other. Blaspheming? Bitch, I am God. The fuck is you talking about? Double tap that screen, y'all. Smash that like button. It's funny that to hear Trump supporters talk about God. I don't want to hear shit from you about no God. Your God is in the fucking White House tweeting right now, motherfucker. Shout out to racists calling people racist. That's how I know I really got to your ass. If you call me racist, then I know I got to your bitch ass. Hey, Pitt, we on a roll, baby. This shit gonna be easy. Come on, y'all. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. We on our way to 1,000 subscribers. Let's get it. Well, double tap that screen while y'all in it. And while y'all at it, I want y'all to look at this goddamn picture right here and realize that he's just not better. Somebody said Trump is a stupid Nazi. Classic with Obama. Yeah, Obama's an easy win right here. This is an easy win for Obama. Please let Trump run again so we can throw Obama 2028 on your ass. Please do it. That's what we want. We would love to see this as a presidential election. But I can see how many delusional people in here. Trump can't beat his fucking own dick. Ain't no way he beating Obama. Oh, man. He can't even beat his own dick. Do I think Obama was better? Do a bad shit in the woods? The fuck you mean? Motherfucker, can you see the stats? Because the only stats on this goddamn diagram right here that's questionable is the 520 casualties or the 520 wounded. But everything else is a fact. So how do you spend $525 billion trying to do what a motherfucker did for free? Please tell me. 244 people in the goddamn chat. Smash that like button, double tap that screen, man. Let's go. I think I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put up my Square link. Anybody that want to donate to the channel, man, because hey, how long we been on here? We've been on this joint for over 2 hours, bringing the gospel to the sick and shut in. You know what I'm saying? We on here bringing the gospel to the sick and the motherfucking shut in. And a lot of y'all is sick. I can see it in the way you type, motherfucker. You're sick. Very sick. Feel free to support Open Eyes Media. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to put the link right here. If you feel generous and you see the work that I'm doing, this ain't no bullshit. 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents. It don't matter. I appreciate it. And it's gonna keep the channel going. It's gonna make the channel better. It's gonna make the channel goddamn, stick around for a whole lot longer. Smash that like button. Double tap that screen. We in here. Anyone who thought Trump was the choice we needed based on religion sure didn't study his history. Fuck no, they did not. They did not. Anybody on here that's calling themselves a Christian and a Trump supporter at the same time, oh man, bless your motherfucking heart. Why would I don't need to hate white people hating on their motherfucking self. Fuck, he said, I'm out. Let this white hater keep hating. Man, if you don't go hey man, I want you to go to a mirror right now, wrap your motherfucking arms around yourself and say, I'm sorry. I didn't do it. You can't blame me for your white guilt, motherfucker. I don't need to hate on white people, bro. I got white people right here with me that's standing with me against the bullshit that y'all on. Good white people. Unsick white people. So I don't want to hear that shit. I ain't here to hate on no fucking body. If the truth that I'm telling you about a motherfucker having lewd acts with little kids. Y'all seen Andrew Tate bitch ass just get locked up for fucking with little girls, probably little boys? Am I hating? Am I a white hater because Andrew Tate did some fucked up shit with some kids? Nah, I'm reporting that shit. Just like I'm reporting your motherfucking weirdo in command. Period. Yeah, white guilt. That hurt. Cause I like fucking the last 10 motherfuckers commented on that shit must have really hit hard. Y'all sad, man. Y'all motherfuckers need to go. I'm gonna tell y'all where y'all need to go. Go to one of them motherfucking MAGA support groups. Leaving MAGA, man. That's where y'all need to go. All y'all. Because if you in this live stream trying to change my motherfucking mind, bitch, you done lost yours. Go to the MAGA chat where they fucking support people who leaving that bullshit, man. You don't have to stay there. I'm talking to a MAGA right now that's on the edge of leaving that motherfucker. This is what you need to do. Go, type in leaving MAGA. It's a fucking support group right there in a soft little landing place where ain't nobody gonna ridicule you, because over here in the comment section, I can't tell you that motherfucker ain't gonna tear your ass up. So what you should do is go to Leaving MAGA or type in MAGA support group or MAGA flight risk, whatever the fucking case may be. Go to that motherfucker and figure this shit out. Because this channel right here, only thing I could do is wake your ass up so you can turn in another direction. I can't support you and hold you up and tell you you're not a bad person. But what I can do is tell you where you can go with a helmet on. I can tell you where to go, and some people gonna open their arms to you and bring your hurt ass in there. Because hurt people hurt people. I know. I'm talking to every last one of y'all motherfuckers. All y'all that's typing stupid shit, I don't care about that. What I do care about is you getting some fucking help. I'm just starting to give you the medicine to make you gag up the red hat. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting the medicine to let you know that, everybody don't think like your sick ass. And there's white people that think your ass is sick too. And they right here in this motherfucking group. We're not going to sit around and support you, but we'll tell you how dumb this shit is that y'all been doing so you can move on with your motherfucking life and get away from the stupid shit. I sound like a spokesperson. But real shit. I'm gonna have to get one of them fucking MAGA support group people to come in here and start recruiting y'all motherfuckers, man. Because a lot of y'all hurting. A lot of y'all fucked up. Yeah, it's a cult. It's just like leaving the fucking Mormons and that other hood ass gangster bullshit that motherfuckers be on. Like Andrew Tate. You see what I'm saying? That man ready to go to jail for a long time, man. Before y'all start saying Trump gonna pardon him, it was in another fucking country, so he ain't pardoning shit. But I already know how y'all MAGAs think. Y'all would say, well, Trump's gonna pardon Andrew Tate. Why would you want him to pardon a motherfucker who got locked up for dealing with little kids unless you're of the same mindset? Y'all telling on yourselves now. Y'all is telling on y'all fucking selves now. When you try to figure a way out for a motherfucking vile person that did some bullshit with kids, that's telling me that you sympathize with the perpetrator. Now, if you got kids and you sympathize with a motherfucker who did something to a kid, what should I think about your kids and what's going on in your motherfucking house? You know what I'm saying? What make y'all think that they not documenting the shit you saying right now, talking about free, a way to spring free a loser? I want y'all to think about that. You got kids, but you want a pedophile back on the streets or a PDF file. Let me say it like that. You want a PD person to go out this motherfucker. Y'all want to find a way for them to get out? Are y'all going to start a GoFundMe? Because that's the shit y'all do. You can go start a GoFundMe for a motherfucker who out here graping little kids. Motherfucker talking about cry, cry, cry. I ain't crying, bitch. Them y'all little girls they raping. Graping. Fuck. Hey, when them motherfucking 2 years up though, bitch, you in trouble too. Yeah, they want y'all children. You motherfucking right they do. Smash that like button, because this channel right here, we not tolerating it. We're not sitting back and overlooking children getting hurt. We're not overlooking women getting hurt. Definitely not overlooking nobody getting hurt. So on this channel, and I wouldn't give a fuck if it was your father, send me the motherfucking information. I'm gonna broadcast his ass and we gonna blow his shit up. Straight like that. Double tap that screen though, y'all. Smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. This what we do every day, all day. When some shit hit the news, I'm talking about it. Motherfucker said Trump still need a fish tank for survival. This is bullshit. Your name is Katie, bitch. That's some bullshit. Or Cody. I'm going to be part of the problem, motherfucker, because I'm not letting y'all bitches get away with lewd acts on children. We not letting it roll here. So Andrew Tate, Trump, Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, all them motherfuckers. If I got anything to do with it, we going to talk about it. Trump 2028 loses to Obama 2028. And you know what the fuck that is. Y'all don't want no parts of that. Y'all don't want no parts of Trump running against no fucking Obama because it's an open and shut case. And you know that. Smash that like button, y'all. Let's get to 100 likes. And subscribe to the channel. But this shit right here is easy. This is easy. We need 6 likes. Listen, in order to be black, bitch, you gotta be black. I don't give a fuck what your skin color is. Don't try to put no fucking Tate brothers as no black men. Them some white boys. We don't give no fucks. They MAGA, and keep them bitches over there with you, bitch. They not ours. Because if they was ours, we'd have served their asses up. The Tate boys are black. Y'all white motherfuckers is pathetic. 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 Insecure motherfuckers. I don't want to hear any more Trump is the racist or hates gay. Just remember, Scott Bessemer, bottom line. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck if Trump is not more racist than his fucking supporters. He playing a game with y'all. He got your vote. You think that he like you because he said some bullshit about black people. But the fact of the matter is you're broke. And he fucks with black people more than he fuck with broke people. Now, you broke and black, he definitely ain't fucking with you. But we got plenty of evidence that Trump was damn near ready to eat Oprah Winfrey pussy. He was going to run with Oprah as a fucking Democrat. Remember that, dummies? So he ain't, I mean, Joe Biden is a big ass racist. What y'all want me to say? What y'all want me to say? Motherfucker talking about the KKK. Shut up, white people. Don't bring the KKK up now, bitches. Because that's our shit, too, that y'all stole. The KKK is a Moorish science. That shit, and it ain't got nothing to do with the shit that y'all doing. They just stole the shit and used it in a derogatory way against us. But that's ours, too, bitch. It's a fraternal order. All y'all do is steal. Y'all motherfuckers ain't make up nothing. Y'all couldn't even make up a good racist cult without stealing our shit. You ain't black if you didn't vote for Biden. You believe that? You ain't white if you ain't vote for Trump. Or you ain't a fucking MAGA if you didn't vote for Trump. But guess what? All that shit coming to an end. And the shit that he told y'all he could save y'all from, ain't no saving y'all from. You know who gonna fucking survive? The people who end up with us. Aryan Brotherhood ain't your shit neither. Aryan is black. It ain't got shit to do with some goddamn mad white people. Aryan is a black thing too. It ain't got shit to do with you. It's some old shit you stole. Y'all just stupid. Latinos for Trump. Latinos for deportation. A lot of gay people did vote for Obama. Yep. Y'all got OBS. ODS, Obama dick suckers. Everything y'all motherfuckers think y'all are is some shit y'all stole. But where the fuck is Stormy Daniels? Where's Stormy Daniels when you need her? He's scared to say nigger. That's you, bigger. Yeah, bigger dick. Bigger dick than yours. Smash that like button, y'all. Let's see. Is we to 100 likes yet, Pitt? I gotta fucking refresh my screen. But double tap that screen, y'all. Smash that like button, man. Let's get back to YouTube. I see. I triggered y'all. All I had to do was put Obama up on the screen, and y'all motherfuckers gonna get mad like that. Is that what the goddamn problem is? Look at this shit. Ohio police chief indicted on 70 sexual abuse counts. Is this not alarming to y'all? They still talking about Big Mike. You better talk about Big Melania. That's what you better talk about. Let me put old Beezy back up here so y'all can get mad some more. Okay, $1.7 billion in cash. What the fuck did Trump give them? $525 billion. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was in checks or pennies. It's still $5 billion fucking dollars. And that was in cash too, sir. $25 billion. Like, make it make sense to me. Y'all stupid motherfuckers still talking about $1.7 billion when you see $525 billion? Okay. You just showed me how stupid you are. The guy speaking is like 11-year-old. Yeah, my dick 35 though, bitch. Upside your girl head. Now, she'd never think about your ass again if I come over that bitch. I guarantee you. You're done. And your kid's gonna love me. Smash that like button, y'all. Double tap that screen. Let's look at the poll. Let's look at the polls. Obama has class. Trump pure trash. Uh-oh. What about all the other billions Obama gave Iran? Now you're making shit up. He didn't give them no fucking other billions. Man, go sit on a cactus, man. Those Ekis. You drunk. Obama is Iranian. Man, y'all motherfuckers upset. Hey, listen. I love the ignorance, man. Bring it. Obama, hey, who was that? Todd. Obama will fuck your girl in her ass and get her pregnant. And you will pop out. ODS. They got ODS. Y'all got major ODS in this motherfucker, man. Obama dick sucking syndrome. Y'all got to stop that shit, man. Yeah, man. No, your girl got a hard on for Obama, dog. That's what it is. 150 billion. Man, stop fucking lying. You go look it up, bitch. I ain't wasting my time fucking with you. Yeah, Obama will fuck all y'all girls. And y'all know it. Even at his age, I don't give a fuck if you 20. You getting up out that house. Your girl is kicking you the fuck out. Whether it's me or Obama coming over that motherfucker, I guarantee you. Have her teeth clicking in that bitch. You're just an uneducated person, yeah. But I didn't vote for an uneducated person. So who's the fucking dummy? Aw, man. P.S. Yenda, or whatever the fuck your name is, Cinda. You right. And it'll always be better than you. A nigga will always be better than you. And that's why y'all mad. You didn't invent nothing. You stole every motherfucking thing. Look, there you go, y'all. I told y'all. Obama was half white, not all black. Ain't no such thing as half white, bitch. Let's get that out the way. Our genetics don't work halfway. You see the motherfucker on the screen, don't you? There you go, y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna pin this. Hey, listen, I couldn't predict more bullshit. I told y'all that when they realized that Obama's not, when they realized Trump can't fucking measure up to Obama, dick size, nothing, height, coolness, then they try to say, but Obama was half white. No. That would be a fucking, how about no? Bitch, I gotta go to work in a few minutes. What you mean, real job, bitch? Yo, this is false. Well, why the fuck you over here if it's false then, bitch? Go somewhere where the truth at for you. Obama was white in college. Yo, get the fuck out of here. He said he was white in college. Holy shit, man. Y'all motherfuckers. Hey, listen. Fuck that. If I was white, I would be glad to be white. And I would be the best white motherfucker I could be. I wouldn't be a piece of shit and mad because somebody else got some shit going on for themselves. I would do me as me. Whether I was fucking white, black, Chinese, I would love me. But if you can look at somebody else and say, they don't deserve this, and they shouldn't have that, and they don't deserve access to this, then you're a hater. And you're not happy with you because you got all that shit and you still worrying about somebody else not having it. What does that tell me? That tells me that even with an advantage, you're just you're not better. You're still worse off with a head start. You got advantage, you got privilege, and you're still not better because you worrying about another motherfucker who don't even have that privilege. And they're still doing better than you. They're still happier than you. They still look better than you. They still age better than you. They eat worse than you and still are in better health than you. So I will be mad too. But I would take what I have and use it to my advantage. Not sit around and worry about a motherfucker who don't even have the advantage and cry about that. God damn. Motherfucker got a fucking year head, a major head start, and you motherfuckers still looking behind you because the motherfucker that you got a head start in front of is right on your ass with no head start. Live in the same neighborhoods as your ass. Obama was half black. Hey, man, I can't make this shit up. Y'all make this shit too easy. Hey, Pitbull, we don't even have to try. Obama was half white. Stop crying. Hey, Matthew, don't go down there slippery. Watch out. Jesus Christ. You're still blaming the white man. No, I'm blaming you stupid bitches who voted for him and who's still running around this bitch acting like he doing some good for your weak ass. And he's not. He's not doing nothing for you. And you're under the same motherfucking rule that everybody else is. Prices gone up, gas gone up. They took y'all public assistance. Y'all done fuck around and voted against your own best interest and you was getting the most public assistance. And now he done fucking shut it down. You ain't getting shit. I'm not blaming Trump. I'm blaming y'all who voted against your own best interest. Now you're getting shot in the head in the streets and y'all protesting. Have you been outside? How the fuck am I racist because I'm telling you how racist you are? Make that make sense. Hey, nothing screams racist more than a racist calling somebody else racist. That means I got to you, buddy. The cover has been blown. Your cover been blown. You mad as shit. Hey, Pitt, when a racist motherfucker call you racist for telling them how racist they are or just speaking on how racist somebody else is, I wasn't even talking to his bitch ass. I wasn't even talking to his bitch ass. He just jumped in the chat and let me know that I hurt his motherfucking feelings. MAGA, 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 MAGA. Trump is on the job. Yeah, dick sucking. Y'all forgot about that? That's in the files too. Y'all know he put his mouth on another fucking man. Did you know that? How about no? Yeah, I hurt they ass for this one. So we got this picture right here gonna forever be in y'all motherfucking heads. Y'all gonna go to bed, wake up tomorrow, and be mad as a motherfucker. What we ready to do is we ready to introduce, because I know it's a lot of MAGA on here and everybody's not commenting. The only ones who commenting is the ones that's mad. But I need y'all to see some shit, man. This dude has a group. And it's called Leaving MAGA. And what it is it helps motherfuckers who done got caught up on the drug of MAGA and got caught up on the rage bait shit and get all upset and run their little white high blood pressure up and shit. It's a place that could help you transition out of this bullshit, man. If you want to, listen, in the chat, if you really want to get out of MAGA, type 1 in the chat right now. If you really would love to figure out how the fuck do you get out of MAGA, type 1 in the chat. If you want to stay in MAGA and you happy with MAGA, then type 2. Type 2 if you happy with being in MAGA. If you try and get the fuck out of MAGA, but you don't know how, type 1 in the motherfucking chat right goddamn now. I know it's a cult, and I know it's other MAGAs looking, but fuck them. Type 1 in the chat if you want to get the fuck out. Hey, I wouldn't give a fuck if it's just one. Yoso, Samuel, I appreciate you for doing that, man. I appreciate you for doing that. I appreciate you for doing that, because there's a lot of motherfuckers on here who want to get the fuck out of MAGA, but they don't know how. And shout out to the dummies who stuck on MAGA. That's cool too. Type 1 if you want to get the fuck out of MAGA. Or if you left MAGA, how about that? If you left MAGA already and you in this chat, type 1 in this motherfucker. Yeah, if you're in MAGA and you left MAGA, type 1. Or you was in MAGA and now you got rid of that bullshit, type 1. Shout out to all the dummies that type 2. It's the same motherfuckers. I don't like Trump, but I hate the left more. Trump sucks because he's not what you call him. Because he's not what you call him. No one that in bed with Israel is a racist, fascist Nazi. I don't get that. So you're trying to say because he's in bed with Nazi, is no way he could be racist? Yeah, you're full of shit. I'm sorry, I read all that bullshit. Well, Israel is racist. So are we drinking from the same cup or what? I don't give a fuck if you can gloss that shit up all you want. You can gloss that shit up all you want. You could tell me how uneducated I am, but I just dropped way more facts than you even fucking attempted to. Obama was a terrorist, y'all. Did y'all know that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. This channel is trash, yeah. That's why I'm watching it. Julian Amares, who is a fucking Latino for Trump, who voted against her own best or his best interests by thinking that Trump was just going to get rid of the illegals. Well, guess what, bitch? You look illegal. So get the fuck out. Tiny hat problems require tiny mustache solution. Good one. Is not real. Yeah. Is not real. You're ignoring shit. Yeah, I am ignoring shit. Dumb shit. Double tap that screen and smash that like button, y'all. Do we got 100 likes yet in here, Pit? We got 100 likes yet? We should. Double tap that screen when you come on in. But this morning, man, all you got to do is look at the numbers over here. I can't make it. I could lead a horse to water, but I can't make the motherfucker drink. All right? Aztec 420 was good. Welcome back, man. Welcome. Maggots wear knee pads. This is so true. Maggot, listen, Trump would, if they was bent over, Trump would fuck them and they would not move. They would say, hey, I'm being a loyal MAGA. So let me not move and get screwed in my ass by this motherfucking president. Period. He'd grab all y'all wives by the pussies and y'all wouldn't do shit. Y'all wouldn't do shit. Yeah, Aztec found us, Pitbull. We're going under a new banner, and it's a new channel. So make sure you subscribe, Aztec. And anybody that's in the live stream or in the chat, man, subscribe to the channel. We do this every day, all day. You can come on here, and if you're triggered by what you see on the screen, then be triggered. Say what you got to say. We ain't going to put you out. But we definitely going to have some laughs on your ass. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if this was a goddamn election, let's see what the polls say. Well, most people said that Trump cannot beat no goddamn Obama in no election, no type of way. Not happening. Appreciate you, Aztec. Smash that like button and subscribe to the channel, man. If y'all like this shit right here, you're going to love this channel because this is what we do all day. And I finally figured out what the hell I was doing to violate community guidelines, and I will not be doing that any goddamn more. Won't have the channel being getting channel strikes and shit like that. I just had to read that shit and really figure what it was out. Now I know how to put MAGAs on a hook and reel their motherfucking ass in without violating any community guidelines. Smash that like button. We will not lose. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Double tap that screen. We're going to get monetized. We're going to start a membership real soon. I think maybe like a week, no later than 2 weeks, we be back on a YouTube partnership program. Let's get to it. Yeah, man. You can look right here and see that Obama easily, I mean, just with this right here alone, just the Iran deal, you can clearly see that Trump fucked up bad. He spent over $525 billion fucking dollars. We knew the war was astronomical. And that's what that $500 billion was on. Y'all remember every day, it was like $1 billion a fucking day. And then some days it got up to $2 billion, depending on how fucking high gas was going up. Pitbull ain't got no boss, fool. Oh, Jake Jacobs back. Good morning, Jake. You insecure individual. Smash that like button. Double tap that screen. Rock James, shout out to you, man, rocking out with us this morning. Trump won't even make it through the end of his term. Exactly. He will not even make it through this term. All right? And we know that. Double tap that screen, y'all. If you double tap your screen and you're on a cell phone, that's going to give me a like. If you're on a computer, hit the thumbs up on the actual post to give me a like. We can run it up to 200. Shut the fuck up. Good morning, y'all. MAGAs. Them stupid MAGAs here. Obama was a zebra. Well, this one thing y'all got to understand is this. If your daddy black, if your mama black, the baby gonna be black. So y'all can try to split hairs all you want. Call him a zebra, call him whatever you want. What you see when he walk about this bitch? I know what you see. You see a motherfucker that you hate. So don't get it twisted. We not letting y'all do the goalpost moving. Obama ain't half white. He never was, motherfucker. And even if he did, you hated both halves of his ass. Let's just say you could separate it. You can't. Because the black gene is not recessive. You cannot manipulate it with another gene. The other gene becomes manipulated and becomes weak. And the black gene stays dominant. Y'all know this. So, ain't no half white. He's got white in him. That's about it. That white was consumed by straight nigga shit. Is you mad? Y'all got to stop this shit. You can't have it both ways. I don't hate white people, so y'all got to stop that shit. I ain't got shit against no white people, but I do have an obligation to tell white people the fucking truth. And if you don't want to hear the truth, then get your ass the fuck out of here. Get out of here, because it's going to upset you. I don't hate Trump. Why the fuck do I need to hate a motherfucker who ain't even worth talking about? But I am going to tell you about it. Since you talking about it and think that it's so great, I'm going to tell you how whack that shit is. Hey, Rudy, shout out to you. Rudy Guerrero, I appreciate you. Orange is orange, motherfucker. Trump speaks like a 2-year-old. Absolutely. I think it's because he is black. If he wasn't black, he would be a regular president. Nah. If he was white, he would have been a regular president. Let's be clear. If he was white, he would have been able to do more. And it would have went under the radar as white shit. But because he was black, anything he did, just winning the election, they said the motherfucker was cheating. They said this motherfucker wasn't even born in the United States. Like, let's be real. If Obama wasn't black, that motherfucker would have been able to do a whole lot more. And the other thing is this. Whatever his mother is and whatever white family she in, that's how that motherfucker got to be the president. It's a bloodline. You think they didn't have this white woman go have a baby with a black man? They knew the fuck what her bloodline was. All that shit was set up for her to have a baby with a motherfucking Kenyan that she didn't even marry. She just got that blood. And guess what? You think Obama's father in Kenya wasn't no motherfucking body? He wasn't just no motherfucking Kenyan. He was a high-ranking government official. It ain't no difference than when one kingdom had a fucking daughter and the other kingdom had a son, and they made them motherfuckers have a kid so that they could get the motherfucking kingdom. Now y'all think, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, he a zebra. So what? He a zebra that don't look shit like you. And he a black man that you was mad. You was mad as a motherfucker that he was your motherfucking president. You fucking dumbass. You wish he was a fucking zebra. That's what you wish. You wish he was a black man that looked like a white motherfucker so y'all could claim his motherfucking ass. No. You can look at Obama and see what he is, motherfucker. And that's why you mad. That's why your bitch ass is mad. Obama isn't an American citizen. Let's just say bullshit, guys. Dude, say anything. Dude, say any fucking thing, dude. Bitch, you a Latino for Trump. Hold on. Hold up. Let's do this. Juliana is a Latino for deportation. All right, the joke's on you now, bitch. The joke's on you now.
Urinating at a Pico Rivera high school. These agents are behaving as if they're above the law. A community-led organization who is monitoring ICE work called the Harbor Area Peace Patrol has documented ICE agents swapping out license plates between their vehicles or taking their license plates off altogether. They cover their faces and refuse to wear badges or identify themselves. They pull people into unmarked vans at gunpoint and wonder why people are resisting their arrest. This is how an authoritarian secret...
With Robinhood Gold,
Here you go,
can instantly
Juliana,
start
since you so funny.
3.35% APY with higher cash.
I got time today, bitch.
Oh my God, you wouldn't believe this, but I learned about this little known way to sell my house.
Do you guys want to hear the whole rules for thee, but not for me? The leopard finally ate my face. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but this man was a mayor in a rural town in Kansas. Yes, his name is Jose. No, he did not have a citizenship status here in the United States of America. He actually just filed for citizenship in February of 2025. He was awarded a green card in the 1990s, never filed for a citizenship until last year. Regardless, he held this position in office of being a mayor, and he's facing multiple felonies. Why? Because he voted illegally for Donald Trump in 3 different elections. You know the whole voter fraud thing that they stormed the Capitol about? You know.
Nah, bitch, I'm getting to you.
How Donald Trump was saying that they're shipping illegals here so they could commit voter fraud, even though it was happening for him. The Department of Homeland Security revealed more voting records for Jose. I don't like using the term alien, but that's what they're using, from Mexico, who committed several felonies when he illegally voted in numerous elections in the United States. A felony. Now here's the whole rules for thee, but not for me, leopard finally eating my face, because this is what he says about it. I strongly believe in Trump's immigration laws about let's get the bad guys out of here, but I feel like I don't fit that category, and I feel like that's how they're treating me. Even though in 1995 he was convicted of battery, which is a violent crime, making him a violent criminal, and a violent illegal criminal at that.
See, this is what I try to tell you, dumb Latinos for Trump. Just because he said he was going for criminals don't mean he talking about any crime. So, if you came over here legally, but you caught a drug charge, even if you came here illegally, he don't give a fuck about you coming here illegally. He gives a fuck about what you did when you got here. So, if you came here and you started selling drugs, right? Then they're going to check your immigration status. Oh, he's legal, but he has a drinking and driving charge. Oh, he stole some shit out of a store. Oh, he got domestic battery against a woman. bitch, now you're a criminal. So, for all you dumb Latinos who thought he was talking about whether you came here legally or not. No, bitch. He was talking about when you came here legally, did you commit crimes, bitch? And now that you've committed crimes, this is grounds for deportation. So even you, stupid Juliana, or whatever the fuck your name is, you better hope you ain't got no crimes on your motherfucking record, because if they snatch your ass up and you did as much as motherfucking jaywalking, bitch, they are sending you the fuck out of here. And this is why your uncles, your cousins, your brothers, your mothers, your fucking whoever is related to you is in jeopardy just like you. All of y'all. So, key, all the fuck you want. Bitch, you're in danger.
Those are the
And I
very
hope
people
your
that
ass
Donald
get
Trump
it.
said he was going to get rid of, right? And not to our surprise, his Trump-supporting town is standing by him. They're standing by him, and they want the federal government to intercede on his behalf to keep him from, one, facing felonies, but then two, being deported. Absolute cognitive dissonance on their end.
So this is for all my Latinos for Trump. I just want to let you know that you're not safe. ICE doesn't care who you voted for. They don't check who you voted for. They don't care if you have a MAGA bumper sticker or a MAGA hat on. They just care about the color of your skin.
Dummy.
So don't be thinking you're safe, because you're not. Trump doesn't give a fuck if you voted for him. He doesn't give a shit. He will still deport your ass. Or detain you and keep you in a detention center for up to days, which you may lose your job. And you'll be separated from your family. How do you like that, huh? Is America great yet? Is it, really?
So this situation right here is exactly what this video is about. What is happening right now is, to a lot of Latinos Trump supporters, is not a surprise. None of this came out of nowhere. These policies were talked about openly, loudly, and repeatedly. The promises were clear, the plans were clear, and the targets were clear. But a lot of people thought they were going to be the exceptions. They believed immigration crackdowns were only going to affect other people, and that supporting Trump would somehow protect them. That's not how any of this works. ICE is not asking who someone's voted for, and they are not checking loyalty before making arrests. They are checking papers. When enforcement starts, it doesn't come with special exemptions for supporters. And that reality is hitting a lot of people right now. Supporting tough immigration policies means supporting those policies for everyone, not just for strangers or people on the news. This video is about that.
This ain't about being Latino. This about being fucking stupid, bitch.
Trump supporters who are now facing detention and deportation, and the reactions coming from all sides of the consequences start showing up in real time. Some people are shocked, some people are angry, and others are saying this is exactly what happens when people vote for policies without thinking they will apply to them. At the end of the day, a lot of people are now finding out what that actually looks like. Let's get into the video. Let's do it.
Here's why Cuba is probably one of the dumbest countries you could use to take over the world. Cuba is the only country that sits between US and Mexico, two of the most powerful nations in the game. And seriously, what's your plan? You're not taking over Florida, so just scratch that idea. I've tried in the past taking over these smaller islands in the Caribbean, but that didn't really do much for me. The only thing you can use them for is a path to Venezuela, which is rich in resources. But you'll have to be extremely prepared with ships, tanks, planes, all of them. In Supremacy World War III, you can take over the planet, but only with the right strategy. Test yours and download today.
Look, Latinos for Trump. I really hope you realize what you guys have done. Dude, with you guys. Seriously.
Yeah, it do apply to you, stupid. Ain't you Latino, dummy?
You are going to have to live with it. Not me. Not all of you. Not the people that did not vote for this man. But you. Chintolas con ustedes, la verdad. Fuck.
This little video is specifically for my Latinos for Trump. If you haven't figured out yet that I'm a Latino, I want to tell you, the icon on my fucking profile is a guy standing in front of a Puerto Rican flag. I'm a Puerto Rican living in New York. Shocker, we don't all look the same. I got white skin. We don't all have dark skin and curly hair. But for those people, Latinas that voted for Trump, me cago en tu madre. Fuck you, brutos, pendejos, idiotas. You're not going to get sympathy from me because I see those and I see people saying, I didn't vote for this. I voted for Trump, but I didn't vote for this. Yes, you did, motherfucker. You voted for this because you honestly believe this motherfucker was just going to get rid of the bad guys. He wasn't going to get rid of anybody else. Just the bad guys. Just the people that had, criminal records. Next thing you know, ICE is knocking down your door and taking people away who have never done anything wrong in their lives. So let me tell you this. Fuck you because you did vote for this. Those people who got yanked away, who never committed a crime in their lives, I hope they survive. I hope they get out. And then I hope they never fucking talk to y'all ever again in your life. And let me just say, for Puerto Ricans, I don't know how it is for everybody else, but I'm pretty sure similar. If we hate you, we're going to hate you for the rest of our fucking lives. We'll take it to our grave. If you did something to us and we can't forgive you while we're alive, we're still not going to forgive you. Even on our deathbed, somebody can say, do you forgive so-and-so for what they did? Fuck no. If there's an afterlife, we'll take it to the afterlife with us. If there's an afterlife and you die and you find us, we're still not going to forgive you. So fuck you for voting for Trump. Fuck you for believing that he was only going to take the bad guys away. And fuck you for not believing any of our warnings.
What makes this situation so interesting is how many people are acting surprised right now. None of this was hidden. The policies were clear from the beginning. Mass deportations and immigration crackdowns were talked about openly, and a lot of people supported them, believing they would only affect someone else. Many thought there would be exceptions, that supporting these policies would somehow protect them from the consequences. But immigration enforcement does not work based on personal stories or political loyalty. It works based on legal status. Once enforcement starts, it doesn't stop to figure out who supported the policy and who didn't. Tough policies don't come with personal exceptions, and now many communities that pushed for stronger enforcement are starting to feel the pressure from it. That is why so many reactions sound the same right now. People saying they didn't think it would go this far, or that they didn't think it would affect them personally. Policies don't stay on paper forever. Eventually, they turn into real actions and real consequences. And that is exactly what is happening. Let's continue.
So my Latinos who voted for Trump, that consider themselves Republican and follow Trump and is glorifying what Trump is doing, thank you. Thank you for allowing him and the donors that put him in power to dismantle the Department of Education. And now, starting July 2026, there's so many professions, like in your country, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Cuba, all those countries that you said that they have dictators and that they're communists and that they don't venerate. They do not venerate teachers, doctors, therapists, occupational therapists, everything that has to do in the medicine now, those are not considered, will not be considered starting July 2026 a professional, meaning that to have a professional degree. Realizing that the majority of those degrees that now you don't need a master's or a bachelor's are predominantly female women who possess those degrees. They're getting away with it. So you telling me that you left Nicaragua, Cuba, Venezuela, all these countries because you didn't want dictatorship, and you were not allowed because the majority of you came here undocumented, did not go to private elite schools like we did in Latin America, nun school, Jesuit school, private schools. Most of you that now are MAGA supporter and are from Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, y'all went to public school. Y'all came here undocumented in the 80s. And now, this is what is called karma. Not understanding the white man, but wanting to be a white man, this is what you get. So imagine now what your children and grandchildren are going to say about you because you voted for that puppet, and that is destroying everything that you left behind. Your family, your mother, your father, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, so you can be an American, so you can be in a white country. For what?
I see her dumb ass check the fuck out, didn't she?
Because now they're going to make it more difficult for your child and your grandchild to get a higher education. Because all this roo-hoo-rah with about data and AI, look at the percentage of black and brown in AI. 0.1. So think about it. This is what we call karma.
Hey Derek, what kind of ride you driving and what you pay for insurance?
2012 Chevy Silverado. I used to pay $199, but I'm down to $59.
2015 Toyota Tacoma.
You heard her. This is what we call
Ask
karma.
all the Latinos that are citizens in the United States that voted for Donald Trump, after you see these ICE raids, after you see the way Trump and his administration are treating Latinos throughout the United States, whether you still think Trump is great and whether he's going to make America great again the way he treats Latino people. What do you think? Love to hear from everybody. Let me know. Trump said they were going after the criminals. They're not going after the criminals. They're going after the children, the high school students, anybody they can snatch up, according to Stephen Miller. So I hope my Latinos that voted for Trump, I hope you're happy with what they're doing. Love to hear from you. Love to hear from my Democrats, my MAGAs, my crazies, my cuckoos, and my burned out light bulbs too. Let me know.
At the end, these situations say a lot about how politics works in real life. It's easy to support tough policies when they feel distance and when the consequences seem like they belong to someone else. But once those same policies start affecting families and neighborhoods, everything suddenly becomes more real and the slogan starts turning into reality. For years, there has been this belief that supporting strict immigration enforcement meant being on the safe side of the system. Many believed that following the rules or supporting the right leaders would protect them from the worst outcomes. But enforcement doesn't operate on feelings or political identity. It operates on the law as it is written and enforced. That is why stories like these keep appearing. People who believed they were safe suddenly realizing they are not because anything changed overnight, but because the policies they supported are now being carried out exactly as promised. For many people, this is what consequences look like in the real world. At the end of the day, stories like these are a reminder that elections have real consequences. Policies are not just words during campaigns. They turn into actions that affect real people in the real life. Once these policies start being enforced, there is no pause button and no special treatment. A lot of people believed they were making the right choice, and some thought the system would see them differently. but reality doesn't work that way. When laws are enforced, they apply whether someone expected it or not, and whether someone supported it or not. What is happening now shows how important it is to understand exactly what is being supported before the consequences are live. Because once these consequences show up, it's usually too late to take the vote back or change the decision. And that is why so many reactions sound the same right now. If there is one thing stories make clear, is that choices matter and policies don't stay theoretical forever. Eventually, they become real. And when they do, everyone has to deal with the results. If you want more videos like this, make sure to like, subscribe, and share to everyone who you think need to see this. More reactions coming. Thank you so much.
This is insane. 1,500 watts. This thing goes up to 28 miles per hour. It even has suspension. I love this vibe of this bike, dude. You can.
Donald Trump was having a meltdown at midnight as he fears for his life that Iran wants to kill him and kill his family in Tehran. Billboards have been going up across the city with signs like this. It says, "Hey terrorists, get ready to die." And it's photos of Melania, Ivanka, Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, Barron, and others. There are billboards like this with a MAGA hat and blood splattered everywhere. "Hey terrorists, get ready to die." Then there's billboards like this of Donald Trump drowning in a sea of blood that appears to be choking him. "You will drown in the sea of blood." Donald Trump's hands, meanwhile, all day yesterday, his body continuing to rot in front of our faces. So what was Donald Trump doing at midnight last night? He was posting videos of Trump coins. He was posting the word draconian. He was posting a random repost of someone named Uncle Barney 1966, who says the SAVE Act is very straightforward. Before then, earlier, he was posting and then reposted that he basically wants to be applauded because there have been 18 people killed in Iran in 4 months, which is less than the Afghanistan war, which was 20 years and 2,000 dead. Donald Trump wants applause for that. And of course, we know that Donald Trump is certainly undercounting or underreporting the casualty amounts that have taken place in his catastrophic war in Iran, right? The Trump regime is saying, a lot of these injuries are very minor. They go minor concussions. There's no such thing as a minor concussion when your base, when your containerized barrack gets hit by a ballistic missile. Our service members have what's called a traumatic brain injury. That's not a minor concussion, but that's what the Trump regime is saying. How utterly disrespectful, how utterly just horrific that is to treat our troops that way. And that's why we're actually seeing our service members in the region sending in photos, leaking photos of how precise Iran has been able to strike these barracks in these United States bases in the Arab nations. Iran's been able to strike radar systems, early warning detection systems, other defense systems, the U.S. running out of munitions. But Donald Trump is posting photos of himself at the FIFA World Cup with him and Gianni Infantino, and he wants Gianni Infantino to now lead the United Nations, is one of the stories that came out. And so again, Trump making the FIFA World Cup about himself when nobody wanted him to be anywhere near him. Did you see this photo of the Spanish goalkeeper basically ignoring Donald Trump on the stage and then giving a big hug to Prime Minister Carney? But Donald Trump posting images and messages while we're in this catastrophic war, while the American people are suffering, why permanent daylight savings time may be better for your health. Or Donald Trump posting AI images which purport to be Iranian women holding AI signs that say, "Stop killing us," with AI tears. Perhaps what that's actually referring to is Donald Trump killing Iranian girls in Manab and killing Iranian civilians as well, because the United States under the Trump regime has engaged in many war crimes there. Also, as Donald Trump panics and fears for his life, and as he fears that Iran's threatening to kill him, Barron, Melania, Ivanka, and others, and as Iran's working with the Houthis in Yemen have been able to pretty much effectively shut down the Bab el-Mandab Strait, basically having a blockade at the Bab el-Mandab Strait as it relates to Saudi tankers. You know, Donald Trump promised MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, all of these things in exchange for MBS giving Donald Trump and Donald Trump's companies a lot of money. There was a quid pro quo, in my opinion, that obviously took place between MBS, the Crown Prince, and Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's security umbrella simply failed. Utter failure, utter fraud in the Middle East. So what's Donald Trump doing right now for Saudi Arabia? Well, not sure you heard this yet, but Donald Trump has now formally and officially approved on his own, I guess, a landmark agreement with Saudi Arabia that will provide Saudi Arabia with a civilian nuclear program and potentially open the door for Saudi Arabia to engage in uranium enrichment, which many people and experts say Saudi Arabia will be able to fairly quickly, if they want to, turn into weapons grade. So I'm just trying to get this straight right now. MBS gives Donald Trump a lot of money, gives Donald Trump a lot of business, gives Donald Trump a lot of personal pecuniary gain, Trump hotels, all of these things. Donald Trump's security umbrella fails in the Middle East. Iran is able to shut down the Bab el-Mandab Strait with the Houthis, that is, the Houthis in Yemen. Saudi Arabia is now reeling and struggling right now. So Donald Trump then says, we're going to give you, Saudi Arabia, the ability to have to do a nuclear deal with us and nuclear proliferation in Saudi Arabia. When, you know, mostly all of the hijackers in 9/11 came from Saudi Arabia. I mean, do you remember, though, what Donald Trump said when they were doing the LIV, which was the Saudi golf tournament at the Trump clubs? Remember what Donald Trump used to say? Nobody's ever got to the bottom of 9/11. Nobody knows who actually did it. Donald Trump spreading 9/11 conspiracies to protect his Saudi friends consistently is what he did. And now they get the reward right after killing American journalists, after having a lot of the hijackers in 9/11. They get nuclear weapons because we have a weak, fragile psycho in the White House who cares about himself and throws us all under the bus. Here's what Donald Trump said, just so you know, at his golf course. Here, play this clip.
You're so closely associated with the city of New York. You, of all people, understand the passion surrounding 9/11. What do you say to those family members who protested earlier this week and will be doing so again on Friday?
Well, nobody's gotten to the bottom of 9/11, unfortunately, and they should have, as to the maniacs that did that horrible thing to our city, to our country, to the world. So nobody's really been there, but I can tell you that there are a lot of really great people that are out here today, and we're going to have a lot of fun, and we're going to celebrate, and money's going to charity. A lot of money's going to charity. And you have really the best players in the world, many of the best players in the world, and soon you'll probably have all of them.
That's what Donald Trump had previously said. Also, yesterday, Donald Trump said that a little thing slipped through into Jordan, and a little thing happened to our troops. That's how Donald Trump describes the fact that America's PAC-3, the Patriot Interceptors or THAADs, not working effectively. Donald Trump slipped through. He goes, it wouldn't have happened if the people who were working the systems knew what they were doing. Just think about, from the Jordanian leadership perspective, the humiliation ritual Trump puts them through as well. And now saying that they don't know how to use the Patriot. Not only does Donald Trump not give them the munitions needed, but then says they operated it incorrectly. Play this clip.
As far as Iran is concerned, I'll let Pete maybe say a couple of words, but
we are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, would not happened, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, we've stopped almost everything. But when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But we're going to be going and paying our respects at Dover. Pete, would you like to say just how we're doing, Jim?
Now, Iran is pursuing a pretty clear-cut strategy right here as well. As the U.S. escalates, we talked about the strikes yesterday, the U.S. also hitting an area right near the Parchin nuclear site in Tehran. The U.S. has been hitting, all these areas, Bandar Abbas. The U.S. has been hitting, the whole kind of coast right by the Strait of Hormuz. But yesterday, U.S. struck hard in Tehran and then hit this place in eastern Tehran or east of Tehran where there is like a nuclear site, nuclear research center in Parchin. U.S. hit there. And Iran has a very obvious strategy right now. You don't have to be that much of a military expert to see what they're doing. They are striking the various military bases of the Arab nations. They've yet to strike Israel because they believe that the U.S. has worked with Israel to protect it the most with the Iron Dome, but that these Arab nations all have early radar detection systems in order basically to protect Israel, which is behind. You have the Iron Dome of Israel, but then you have the Arab Dome, which Iran is exposing. Look at all of this apparatus, which was basically created to protect Israel. And so Iran is striking the early detection, the radar systems, and other technology that the U.S. has in these Arab nations. And Iran's been able to precisely strike this. And then, at this point, if Iran wants to escalate more, it will be able to escalate, I think fairly easily. So what do you have? Marco Rubio is at the ASEAN conference, the Asian, South Asian conference. And Rubio is out there saying, look, we're always down for diplomacy. It's Iran doesn't want to do the diplomacy, but we're always up for it in case anybody's ready, willing, and able. But America stands ready for diplomacy. Really? Donald Trump, the guy who talks about blowing up all of the bridges, destroying the civilization. And then when he's cornered like the rat that he is, then he says, oh, we want to do a deal. They're doing a deal, everybody. I mean, by the way, one of the reasons that Rubio is saying this is that these Arab nations in the Middle East are absolutely livid, and that they're like to the United States, you screwed us over. You're screwing over our economy. You don't know what the hell are you even doing right now? And that's why Donald Trump's like, okay, Saudi Arabia, we'll give you nukes. We'll allow you to enrich. We'll do a nuclear deal with you. Well, who gave this guy the freaking power to give Saudi Arabia nukes? What the hell is even going? That's where we are right now. I mean, but Qatar is pissed. UAE is pissed. All of these countries are pissed. And Iran is making a direct message, by the way, to these Arab nations saying, your kingdoms, your princes, your kings, your leaders, over here, they are selling you out for Trump and for Netanyahu. That's the pitch that Iran's making to them. Anyway, here's what Rubio had to say for yourself. Let's play it.
I want to reiterate once again, the United States is always committed to diplomacy. We are open-minded and always willing to engage in negotiated settlements of differences. And that remains true in the case of Iran. Unfortunately, as of now, despite their direct outreaches, and Iran has been reaching out to the United States, both directly and indirectly, to engage in talks about settling the differences with regards to what's happening in that part of the world. Unfortunately, so far, even though we have reached agreements, they have not kept their commitments. And as the president stated earlier today, I guess, today Washington time, yesterday our time here now, the problem we're having right now is that they're not serious about talks. If they're serious, we're serious. If they're not, then we will do what is necessary to protect that, our interest and also the interest of our allies.
Well, we'll keep you posted every step of the way, but that's what's going on there. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. And thanks for watching, everybody. Oh, check out WTF America, the new
Can this company use your house to trial
human beings, these immigration cases where you have people filing habeas corpus petitions for being unlawfully detained, other very serious cases? This idea that the Department of Justice is using AI, at least in this one case where a Trump-appointed judge called them out. Now, we've seen a lot of this with maybe pro se, people who represent themselves in cases, and there have been law firms that have gotten very serious sanctions for using AI and citing fake cases. The fact that the DOJ is doing it, the once exalted DOJ with all these resources that prided itself on legal research and that has, you know, a lot of the precedent is precedent that it deals with every damn day. I mean, let's face it, a lot of these cases, you know, I guess until Donald Trump destroyed the entire legal system, you know, when the DOJ case is a little bit of a rhythm with it, because if you're doing immigration cases, there's kind of the seminal cases that you cite over and over again. If you're doing civil rights cases, you have the seminal cases you cite. If you're doing criminal cases, you know, there's a series of cases that are in your repertoire. And sometimes there are novel issues that require deeper research. But the idea that they had to resort to cite AI fake cases in a very serious immigration case, and Judge Jarboe, a Trump appointee in Michigan, calls them out for it. And by the way, this judge should have sanctioned the hell out of him. The judge mocked him and said that it's a real serious violation. But any other lawyer I've seen in situations where this has happened has gotten serious referrals to the bar. Let me show you what happens in this case. The order talks about how petitioner, a United States Immigrations and Customs Enforcement detainee, initiated an action for a petition for writ of habeas corpus. And it goes on to talk about, you know, what went down. And it says over here that the government cites a case, Taylor versus Holt, which is not located at the identified page of the federal appendix. Page 387 is contained with a different opinion, Atkins versus CGI, which is about commercial arbitration, not immigration bond determinations. In its research, the court was unable to identify a Sixth Circuit case with the caption Taylor v. Holt or any federal case containing the quoted language. And it goes on to say, it's no secret that generative AI programs are known to hallucinate non-existent cases. And with the advent of AI, courts have seen a rash of cases in which both counsel and pro se litigants have cited fake, hallucinated cases in their briefs. It should be obvious that any attorney who uses AI must scrupulously review its work product to ensure that the cases cited exist, you think? Although the court will not presently impose sanctions for this conduct, it goes without saying that the government must ensure its future filings with this court do not include non-existent case law and cases. Let's bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel, podcast, and Substack. The government, in this case, serious case, citing AI hallucinated cases that don't exist. They were called out for it. Now, Harry, obviously it's a humiliating, but these are cases.
What up, Pitt? You know what? I like my earpiece, my AirPods. How about now, Pitt? How we sounding? We good?
Cases that involve human beings' lives, right? I mean, there's never a time where you should be citing AI cases, but like, you know, if there was a discovery dispute in some monetary litigation case, you know, when you cite something that stands for the proposition of requests for production of documents should be propounded.
Okay. I got you, Pitt. That was my headphones is fucking out.
It's still very bad. There still should be sanctions. But when you're doing an immigration case, and Harry, you know, I mean, this is specialty stuff where you should know the cases. Like, why would you even need to go AI? And so if they're doing this, Harry, there's a broader pattern in practice that you and I have been covering at play, because this seems to be systemic in what's going on here at this completely without any credibility DOJ.
Dumbfounding. You know, it's out there, AI. You see certain ragtag folks or pro se lawyers cocked the idea that DOJ is using AI and submitting things to the court. Now, we've watched the systematic degradation of the department. All these people, professionals, have been hollowed out. They've had to beat the bushes and give bonuses and ice cream, who knows what, to get new people in, very inexperienced. I'm betting dollars to donuts it was one of these folks, because it's not, look, obviously complete incompetence and the like, but it's more than that. Here's how you file a brief, any brief, including continuance when you are at the DOJ and at a big law firm. You write it up. And yes, you will be putting in some sites that you're finding in others of your research when you first do a draft. This couldn't have even been that, right? Somehow they just said, oh, hey, ChatGPT, can you give me a good case that says blah, blah, blah? But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that shit is sad. This shit is sad. Motherfuckers are resorting to fucking AI and ChatGPT. It's just, oh man. What is going on?
At the end, you have a draft. And then there are these big carols at DOJ. And usually a support person, or maybe you yourself, will take the book. All of these are in books for every single case. Put them right next to you. Page 2, Marbury. Take out the volume, look, and confirm. That seems kind of like uber conscientious. It's not. This is the DOJ talking to the federal courts. The disrespect, and by the way, yeah, he really did. He could have totally lacerated this stumble bomb. Instead, it should really be understood that cases cited to the courts should be real cases. You think so? You know, this is example 10,422 of things that are now being done, as a result of which the presumption of regularity is out the window. And, you know, you've made this point and you're making it again when you point out accurately, we're talking cases with, on both sides, the defendants too, you have these real, live, important human stakes. And when you're this big a screw up, the damage goes to the public safety or potentially the constitutional rights of the defendant. That you are duty bound to safeguard. And God knows, have there been other cases in which a district court hasn't punctiliously fly-specced everything that the DOJ says, but just takes it for granted. It's, after all, the DOJ, except it ain't your brothers or parents' DOJ anymore. It's the sort of thing that, you know, somebody would take a 6-month sabbatical or whatever. After doing this, it would be so, you know, completely humiliating. That place doesn't seem to have a lot of shame or humiliation left over, that you could even get to that spot. Even if you're a lazy guy, whatever, that somehow in your mind you can think, I know, I'll just ask ChatGPT and I won't double check it thereafter. You're a complete lunatic if you do that. But I think it goes to show that that's the newest recruits at DOJ, the ones who are left are in a sense the dregs. And I'm thinking if I were you as attorney or back in Maine Justice, and you do this and it shows up, you would be completely gobsmacked and personally affronted, and go to that. How the hell could this happen? It's not like it's such an elementary error, and it's such an act of dishonesty, right? I mean, it's on top of everything else. You're making shit up, meaning, you're making representation credit and you don't even care if it's true. It could be straight up fiction. No wonder the presumption of regularity is just completely down the drain in so many offices around the country. This is so beyond the pale. And all I can say is, maybe in some terrible concatenation of errors, something like that
Pitt,
happens. But if and when it does, all the way to Maine Justice, there's immediate kind of falling on your sword and remediation and all that kind of stuff. And this, I think, is just that was a bad thing that happened Tuesday. It speaks so much of the lowered or maybe eviscerated professional standards at what once was, not long ago, the strongest law firm in the country or maybe world.
Harry, you were a federal prosecutor for many years. You were the top federal prosecutor in the Western District of Pennsylvania. You could probably write a book of war stories about unprepared litigants on the other side who came in and made all of the mistakes. Right. Now, it seems the current DOJ is going through a humiliation check the box ritual of every one of those mistakes that the pro se litigants would make, that that unprepared law firms would make, and the DOJ is doing it worse than ever. In many ways, it's like the revenge of the criminal defense lawyer who now gets to look at the unprepared DOJ and say, look what fools, the DOJ looks like. I mean, someone like you, Harry, you'd be upset if you were reading the brief and the parenthetical, had the parentheses, that wasn't in the right place, or had a semicolon that looked off.
All right. I'm a little anal, but that as a lawyer, but it would be much more than that, Ben. If I'm U.S. attorney and somebody files this, I guarantee almost any judge in the court would have my head on a platter. I want to see Mr. Littman in open court right now. What the hell is going on in your office? How could I'm sorry, Your Honor. It would be a crisis. And here it's a kind of Tuesday, as I say. But it's so beyond the pale. And yeah, it would immediately. And I'm thinking of judges on both sides of the aisle. It's like, are you kidding me? What kind of clown show are you running down there, Mr. Littman? And it would be work to try to win back the credibility. That's all gone now, and they seem nonchalant about it. Todd Blanche says, "Oh, the pale." And yeah, it would immediately, and I'm thinking of judges on both sides of the aisle. It's like, are you kidding me? What kind of clown show are you running down there, Mr. Littman? And, it would be work to try to win back the credibility. That's all gone now, and they seem, nonchalant about it. Todd Blanche says, "Oh, we're still the good old DOJ getting up and doing the right thing." They are not the good old DOJ getting up and doing the right thing. And the assistants who are left are being downgraded for it. And the ultimate cost is being paid by the public for not having the best and the brightest or anything close to it out there enforcing federal law.
You know, it's like Todd Blanche's hearing is kind of like Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM saying, the Strait of Hormuz is open. Everything is good.
Right.
Ships, come on through. Ships, you're free to go. Todd Blanche, nothing to see here. Everything is great. And, you know, that's to me, Harry, where this isn't, you know, I find myself on this network very rarely anymore, even talking about like the Democrat said this and the Republican said that. I'm talking about like the basic facts here. You know, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The DOJ is collapsing. This isn't a Democrat or Republican or independent. Although let's be clear, this is what the Republican Party has become under Donald Trump. They're okay with this, you know, apparently. And I just got to call it out. This, you know, this is the behavior here is just unprofessional and sickening and malicious and reckless anyway. Subscribe to Harry Litman's YouTube channel. It's called Talking Feds. Search Talking Feds on YouTube. Tell Harry that I said hello. And then you want to do something really, we could speak in a coded language to Harry. Tell Harry in the comments if you bought WTF America, the new book